Chapter 1937. Sixth update. New Alliance Leader God of War Sven. Behind the Wind Speech building in an independent courtyard. This was Chunzong's third attempt to use the Taichu sword energy to attack the Void Coin. He was trying to shake the pure energy within the Void Coin and see if he could guide it out and absorb it. Chunzong had failed the previous two attempts, but he had found some techniques. Now, he was trying again. Instinctively, Chunzong felt that the pure energy within the Void Coin was useful to him. Chunzong's feeling wasn't wrong. The pure energy inside the Void Coin was very high-end. It was the essence of the Void, aura. To the Spirit Realm warriors, it was easy to absorb. However, if the warriors under the Spirit Realm didn't have a suitable method, they wouldn't be able to absorb it. Moreover, even if they absorbed it, they might not be able to refine it into their own. Chunzong did not know this, but he was trying with his superior comprehension. Attack! Shake! The Void Coin in his hand shook slightly. The material of the Void Coin was very hard. Demigod-level strength could not break it at all. He kept changing the rhythm and frequency of the attacks and shakes, trying to find the most suitable frequency. Once, twice, thrice. Chunzong kept trying. Finally, on the 100th attempt, the energy within the Void Coin was shaken successfully, but still could not be guided out. It was as if there was a shackle, a restriction. With Chunzong's ability, he could not break through that restriction. It's amazing to be able to achieve this with such a simple method. There seemed to be a voice of admiration in the void, but it was sealed in a small area and did not spread out at all. Chunzong did not hear it either. Immediately, the person hidden in the void pointed his finger, and an invisible force hit the Void Coin in Chunzong's hand. Chunzong felt the Void Coin in his hand tremble slightly. Then, the unbreakable restriction seemed to be broken in an instant. The pure energy was immediately drawn out. It was extremely pure and brilliant. Even though it was only a sliver, it was extremely condensed. Chunzong unleashed all of his power in an instant. His Taichu sword origin wrapped around the strand of extremely pure power and brought it into his body. It followed the path of the 8th level of the Taichu sword origin method and rapidly circulated within his body. Chunzong was shocked to find that the strand of power, which was as thin as a strand of hair, showed no signs of being refined. From that sliver of power, Chunzong could clearly feel that it was far more condensed than his primordial sword essence. Fortunately, that strand of energy was ownerless and did not possess any attributes. It was very peaceful. If it possessed any offensive capabilities, he would probably be finished. Chunzong could not help but think hard. Suddenly, with a flash of inspiration, Chunzong moved the sword origin, bringing along a trace of extremely pure power into the chaos above the Qi Sea. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of loud noises came from the chaos where the clear Qi was rising and the turbid Qi was sinking. What happened next was no longer something Chunzong could interfere with. It was as if he had become a bystander and could only watch. That strand of extremely pure and condensed power was like a bolt of lightning that split the heavens and earth. It caused the clear Qi to rise and the turbid Qi to sink more than 10 times faster. Evolution. Intense evolution. Following the drastic change in the clear Qi and the turbid Qi, the speed of the 8th level of the Taichu sword origin method also exceeded its limits. Everything was out of Chunzong's control. Chunzong could only watch from the sidelines. The 8th level of the Taichu sword origin method opened up a new path and became even more complex and mysterious. The 9th level, under the influence of that extremely pure and condensed Yuan Qi of the void, the path of the 9th level of the Taichu sword origin method was affected and evolved on its own. This was the result without Chunzong's interference. Chunzong watched from the sidelines and discovered that the path was extremely mysterious. Even he could not do it any better. He even needed to constantly optimize it to reach such a level of perfection. As the 9th level of the Taichu sword origin method was perfected and stabilized, his Taichu sword origin method became even more majestic and pure. Its power increased greatly. Chunzong discovered that the world around him had become even clearer. The clear chi was the sky, and the turbid chi was the earth. The clear and turbid chi of the void was distinct, and the world was clear and bright. The strand of yuan chi of the void had also been completely consumed. Even though it was only a strand, the power it contained was unimaginable. Suddenly, Chunzong discovered that he could control his body again. He operated the 9th level of the Taichu sword origin method with all his might. The potential of his sword origin method was also operating and constantly being stimulated until it reached the limit. A dark brown flower bud was forming in his spirit sea. The flower of Qi, also known as the flower of earth, represented the limit of Qi cultivation and the limit of power within the body. The sky blue flower bud was slowly blooming in his spirit sea. Even though it was only an illusion, it emanated an astonishingly mighty aura. There were a total of 3 flowers in Chunzong's spirit sea. The dark brown flower of Qi, the blood red flower of essence, the sky blue flower of God. Essence, Qi, spirit, heaven, earth, and man. The 3 flowers were condensing. Waves of rumbling suddenly sounded in Chunzong's spirit sea. The resonance of the 3 flowers. This was spontaneous. It was a kind of resonance after the 3 flowers were condensed. This was because the condensation of the 3 flowers represented a kind of perfect harmony. Essence, Qi, spirit, heaven, earth, and man. This was a kind of perfect resonance. The 3 flowers of different colors trembled slightly, as if they were swaying in the wind. Layers of ripples spread out from the 3 flowers, colliding and vibrating with each other. Chunzong discovered that the newly condensed flower of Qi, which was still very blurry and less than 10% condensed, was gradually becoming more solid. The 3 flowers. The flower of God was the most condensed, reaching 70%. The flower of essence was the next most condensed, reaching 50%. As for the flower of Qi, because it had just been condensed, it was less than 10%. To condense it, Chunzong had to comprehend it by himself, constantly cultivate, and continuously condense it. Now, under the condensation and resonance of the 3 flowers, they could condense each other. Of course, because the flower of Qi was the least condensed, the effect was the most obvious. In other words, even if Chunzong did not cultivate, the flower of Qi would at least condense to 50% with the resonance. Then it would advance side by side with the flower of essence, and finally reach 70% of the flower of God. Then it would slowly improve during the resonance until it reached 100%. My strength should have improved a lot now. Chunzong could not help but think. Unexpectedly, you can refine that wisp of essence of the void on your own. The person who seemed to be hidden in the void was secretly surprised. It was not in vain for me to do it personally. This time, the voice directly reached Chunzong's ears. Who is it? Chunzong was horrified. His eyes shone with an extremely sharp light that seemed to pierce through the void. The long sword condensed by the heart sword essence was also unsheathed in an instant, spreading a terrible sharpness. In the spirit sea, the 3 flowers swayed, releasing wisps of clear light, which condensed into one and infused into the long sword. It was an extremely condensed power that originated from the essence, Qi, and spirit. It was the bearing and manifestation of Chunzong's strength. Compared to before, it was more than twice as strong, and there was a sense of harmony. The power was in harmony. The Qi movement was perfect. The consumption was reduced to the minimum, but the power was not weakened at all. Instead, it became stronger. The essence, Qi, and spirit were a complete cycle. Without any one of them, it would be incomplete. Once consumed, it would be difficult to recover quickly. Little guy, don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions towards you. I just want to see you. The voice sounded again with a hint of laughter. In that case, show yourself, Chunzong said unhurriedly. He was extremely calm and carefully sensed the surroundings. When the flower of Qi was condensed and the 3 flowers resonated, although his divine sense was not strengthened, it became more detailed, as if it could penetrate deeper into the void. However, Chunzong did not sense the existence of the other person. Perhaps it won't be long before you can see me. The chuckle was erratic. Take this and perform well. In an instant, a black light shot out from the void and stopped in front of Chunzong in an instant, emitting a fluctuation that was intertwined with coldness and heat. The light dissipated, and a token in the shape of a blade fell. Chunzong caught it cold to the touch. The void is vast, and there are countless geniuses. It's right to hide your strength and bide your time, but sometimes you have to show your edge. The chuckle sounded for the last time, as if it had drifted away with the wind. Chunzong knew that the other person had left. He did not know when he came, and when he left, he did not make a sound. This level was completely beyond his own. The spirit realm. Chunzong's eyes flashed. Only someone in the spirit realm could do this. However, why would a strong man in the spirit realm come here? His purpose was to come for him, but he did not seem to have any ill intentions. Thinking about it, Chunzong seemed to have thought of something. He took out another void coin and tried to shock it with the same method as before. However, after many attempts, he still could not guide the pure energy out. It should be noted that the power of the 9th level of the primordial sword energy technique was much stronger than that of the 8th level, and it was under the condition that he had condensed the flower of chi. However, it could not do anything to the primordial chi in the void coin. Then, how did he succeed before? Was it luck? Luck? No, it was the help of the mysterious person. However, how did he help? The other person's means were not something that he could understand. No matter what, at least he did not feel the slightest bit of malice. Instead, he benefited from it. It was because of the other person's help that he succeeded in absorbing the extremely pure energy. Moreover, his primordial sword energy technique had reached the 9th level, and he had condensed the flower of chi. His overall strength had greatly increased. When the 3 flowers gathered, it was flawless. It was a kind of potential. In particular, the flower of chi was also at the top level, which caused resonance. The resonance of the 3 flowers only appeared when the 3 flowers were at the same level. Putting away the void coin, Chunzong carefully looked at the token that was entirely black and shaped like a blade. There were 2 big words on it, 2 simple and mysterious words. It was a kind of mysterious character. Chunzong could not understand it, but he could understand its meaning: slay demons. However, what was the use of it? He was not sure. However, since it was given by a strong man in the spirit realm, it must be useful. He would put it away first. Chunzong was surprised to find that the token could not be put into the spatial ring. With a thought, he put it into the 9 heavenly rings. Chapter 1938. 8th place. Will the 7th place be far away? According to the agreement, the Dominator of 6 Paths will add 1 more chapter if he reaches the 8th place. Today's update will be 12 chapters. If he reaches the 7th place, he will add 2 more chapters to make it 14 chapters. Now, the 7th chapter is here. The flying snow pavilion was like a huge snowflake floating in the air 30 feet above the ground. It looked like it would be blown away by a strong wind. Lin Wayne was practicing her sword in the snow mountain of the flying snow pavilion. She was obsessed with her sword. Whenever she had time, she would practice her sword. Even if she didn't have time, she would squeeze some time out. Young mistress, the governor's mansion sent the demon-slaying token. Uncle Rome appeared in the snow mountain and reported after Lin Wayne finished her practice. How many? Lin Wayne sheathed her sword. 5, Uncle Rome said. What about the other forces? The Shana Palace has the most, 7. The Flame Sect and Sword Alliance have 6 each. Uncle Rome reported the demon-slaying tokens that the other 12 forces had. The lowest was 4 pieces, and the highest was 6 pieces. The number of demon-slaying tokens was determined by the governor's mansion. It was closely related to the ranking of the previous trial. Each demon-slaying token could only be owned by 1 person. In other words, the Flying Snow Pavilion's 5 demon-slaying tokens could only be owned by 5 people. Moreover, they were limited to the first stage of the demigod level. The Shana Palace had 7 demon-slaying tokens, which meant that 7 people would participate. With more people, they would have an advantage. As for the other dozens of forces under the 13 forces, they had at most 3 demon-slaying tokens, and at least 1 demon-slaying token. Uncle Rome, how many lone wolves have obtained demon-slaying tokens? Lin Wayne asked calmly. According to my investigation, there are a total of 22 lone wolves with demon-slaying tokens, Uncle Rome said. That Shinzong doesn't seem to have one. Oh, Lin Wayne seemed to be disappointed. Uncle Rome, we'll recruit as many of these 22 people as we can. Okay. Uncle Rome nodded. Of course, he wouldn't recruit them personally. After all, he was an eminent god elite. He had the status and dignity of an elite. The so-called temporary recruitment didn't mean that they would become members of the Flying Snow Pavilion, but temporarily become members of the Flying Snow Pavilion in the demon-slaying trial. The Flying Snow Pavilion was on the move, and so were the other forces. To be given a demon-slaughtering token by the city Lord Manor was a sign of strength. Every one of them was a target that all forces wanted to recruit. Of course, among the many forces, only the 13 major forces had the ability to do so. Even if the other forces wanted to, they were powerless. Inside the Wind Speech restaurant, gold-burning Hamlet Song was wearing a dark red robe with a burning flame pattern embroidered on it. His expression was cold and solemn as he slowly sipped his wine. However, his eyes were drifting, as if he was absent-minded, as if he was waiting for something. He was not nobody, but an expert on the demigod list. He was ranked 913th. Not long after, a person in a white robe walked briskly into the restaurant and stopped in front of Li Tsong. Mr. Li, I am the deacon of the Flying Snow Pavilion. I am here on behalf of the Flying Snow Pavilion to cooperate with you, the deacon said respectfully. Flying Snow Pavilion? What can you give me? Li Tsong put down his wine cup and asked unhurriedly. Benefits. As a rogue and an experienced expert on the demigod list, he valued benefits, especially benefits that could help him improve. What the Flying Snow Pavilion can give you is not important. What is important is that the Shana Hall can give you will definitely surpass the Flying Snow Pavilion. A deep voice, like the ringing of a large bell, entered the Wind Speech Pavilion and interrupted the Flying Snow Pavilion's deacon's words. Instantly, anger flashed across the deacon's face. On the other hand, Li Tsong's face revealed a tinge of joy. Thank you for your kind offer, but I could choose the Shana Hall. Li Tsong stood up and said casually to the deacon. Looking at Li Tsong's back and the Shana Hall's deacon's provocative and smug expression, the deacon almost ground his teeth to pieces. Although the rest of the people in the Wind Speech restaurant did not say anything, one could tell that they were watching a good show. Embarrassing. It must be very embarrassing. If the Shana Hall was better than the Flying Snow Pavilion, it would be understandable for Li Tsong to choose the Shana Hall. However, the problem was that Li Tsong had chosen the Shana Hall before both parties had even stated their conditions. It was as if he had been waiting for the Shana Hall to invite him. All right, this was normal. After all, the Shana Hall was stronger. Since that was the case, he should have rejected the Flying Snow Pavilion right from the start. Why did he ask what the Flying Snow Pavilion could give him? He was undoubtedly toying with the Flying Snow Pavilion. Perhaps Li Tsong did not do it on purpose, but to others, the Flying Snow Pavilion had embarrassed themselves. Taking a deep breath, the Flying Snow Pavilion's deacon did not get angry. That would not help the situation. Instead, it would be even more embarrassing. Since the invitation had failed, they had to look for the next target. They had to act quickly. There were only 22 rogue cultivators who had received the Demon Slayer token, but there were as many as 13 forces. The Flying Snow Pavilion had been the first to fail. If they did not act quickly, the rest of the forces might be invited by other forces. Perhaps there was only one chance left. This time, they had to show their utmost sincerity. Pavilion Master, we failed to invite the gold-burning hand, Li Tsong. He has entered the Shana Hall. The Flying Snow Pavilion's deacon reported to Lin Wayne respectfully. However, we managed to invite the Wind Cloud Warrior, Zhao Fengyan. We used the first plan. Since they had invited someone to join their team, they naturally had to give him benefits. The Flying Snow Pavilion had prepared 2 plans, which meant that there were 2 levels of benefits. Previously, when they wanted to invite Li Tsong, They wanted to use the second plan. However, before they could say anything, the invitation had failed. They could only look for the next person immediately. The Wind Cloud Warrior, Zhao Fengyun, was ranked 999th on the demigod list. Furthermore, they had successfully invited him with the first level of benefits after many rounds of competition. Without a doubt, the Flying Snow Pavilion had to pay more benefits. However, if they could not get more external help, it would be even more difficult for the Flying Snow Pavilion to compete with other forces in the Demon Slayer trial with just the 5 of them. If their final ranking was not high, it would affect the redistribution of rewards and resources. It would also affect the number of Demon Slayer tokens they would receive next time. Only one? Lin Weiyin frowned slightly. Only one was not enough. What about the others? Lin Weiyin asked again. The Shana Hall has invited a total of 4 people. The Flame Sect and the Sword Alliance have invited 3 people each. The Star Blue Association and the Hunter Refinement Sect have invited 2 people each. The rest have invited 1 person each. The Deacon reported everything in detail, including the names of the 4 people who had been recruited by the Shana Hall. Everything was reported in detail. Lin Weiyin frowned. Out of the 13 forces, 5 of them had invited at least 2 people. The remaining 8 had only invited 1 person each. The Flying Snow Pavilion was one of them. It seemed that this was not a big deal. However, Lin Weiyin was not satisfied. As the pavilion master of the Flying Snow Pavilion, even if she was a woman, she had the ambition to develop the Flying Snow Pavilion further. However, Lin Weiyin knew very well that it would be difficult for her to develop the Flying Snow Pavilion further by herself. She needed sufficient external support. However, external support was not so easy to find. The Demon Slayer trial might be a chance for the Flying Snow Pavilion to rise and surpass the previous pavilion master's limit. However, it seemed that it would be very difficult now. Inform Lin Jinglong, Lin Jingming, Lin Xiaofu, and Lin Xiong to come to the meeting hall. Lin Weiyin's frown relaxed. Since it had come to this, there was no point in thinking too much. She could only find a solution. It was a pity that Chun Zong did not get the Demon Slayer order. Otherwise, she might be able to invite him as her external support. Perhaps it was because Chun Zong had only been in the second city of world suppression for a short period of time. The Demon Slayer order was issued by the City Lord's office. She could not ask for it. With complicated emotions, Lin Weiyin also went to the meeting hall to prepare for a discussion. How could they achieve a better result in the Demon Slayer trial that was about to begin? How could the Flying Snow Pavilion achieve a higher ranking? In an independent courtyard behind the Wind Speech Tower, Chun Zong sheathed his sword and stood. The deep sword wound on the dummy that he used to test the power of his sword moves was slowly healing. After sheathing his sword, Chun Zong nodded to himself. His consciousness sank into the 9 Heavens ring to see if there were any missions suitable for him. Ever since he got the 9 Heavens ring, Chun Zong would check it frequently to see if there were any missions suitable for him. If there were, he would accept and complete them to obtain rewards and 9 Heavens points. However, it was a pity that since he got the 9 Heavens ring, although he had seen some missions, none of them were suitable for him. After all, his 9 Heavens Imperial Court disciple level was Crimson Cloud Kingdom. It was the lowest level and was very limited. He could only check and accept missions of Crimson Cloud Kingdom level. Now, it was just a routine check. Just as Chun Zong opened the 9th Heavenly Ring to look at the mission, the Demon Slaughter token within the 9th Heavenly Ring trembled, as if it was emitting a ripple. Then, a new mission appeared. Demon Slayer Trial. The demons in the Demon Abyss are restless again. They are attempting to break the seal of the Demon Abyss and invade the Void again. The cleanup operation must be carried out. Time: 3 days later. Location: City Lord's office. Mission reward: 10 to 1,900 Heavens points. Chun Zong was instantly stunned. This was a mission that purely rewarded 9 Heavens points. The minimum reward was 10 points, and the maximum reward was 1,000 points. It was very shocking. One had to know that among the Crimson Cloud Kingdom missions that Chun Zong had seen before, the highest reward was only 10 9 Heavens points. Then, whether it was 10 points or 1,000 points, This might be related to the demons killed. Without hesitation, Chun Zong accepted this mission. Once he accepted the mission, Chun Zong took out the Demon Slayer order and looked at it carefully. However, he still could not see anything. However, Chun Zong was sure that this Demon Slayer order was directly related to the Demon Slayer trial. Demon Slayer order. Demon Slayer trial. Perhaps this was something like a key or a pass. Only with the Demon Slayer order could one participate in the Demon Slayer trial. In just an instant, Chun Zong made a very accurate deduction. Putting away the Demon Slayer order, Chun Zong removed all distracting thoughts and continued to cultivate. 3 days was not a long time. In fact, it was very short. However, he could not stop cultivating. Use these 3 days to further improve his strength. Chun Zong felt that the Demon Slayer trial was very unusual. If one was not strong enough, it would be very difficult to obtain enough benefits. The most direct way was that one would not be able to obtain more 9 Heavens points. Then let's strengthen. Chapter 1939. 8th update. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The mysterious gate of the city Lord's mansion opened. However, not everyone was qualified to enter. Only a small number of people had the demon slaying order. There were 11 people from the Shana Hall, 9 from the Flame Sect, and Sword Alliance. 6 people from the Flying Snow Pavilion came. 5 of them were members of the Flying Snow Pavilion, and one of them was the Wind Cloud Warrior, Zhao Fengyan. There were more than 100 people from the 13 forces in total. All of them were at the demigod level, which was the peak of the demigod level. For example, there were more Ghost Kings from the Purgatory Ghoul tribe, and they were more powerful. There were also dozens of weaker forces with at least 1 demigod level, and at most 3. There were more than 100 of them. In total, there were close to 300 demigod level experts gathered here. This was an empty hall in the City Lord's mansion. It was very spacious, and the various forces were waiting in different positions. Chu Shanha moved his feet and attracted everyone's attention. He walked towards the Flying Snow Pavilion and stood in front of Lin Wayne with a smile. "Wayne, why don't you come to the Shana Hall?" The Shana Hall still lacks a deputy hallmaster. Chu Shanha had a confident smile on his face. His voice was gentle and clear, with a hint of magnetism, as if it could penetrate one's heart. Some of the ladies from the forces couldn't help but look at him with admiration and adoration. There was no doubt that Chu Shanha was very outstanding. Men would like beautiful and outstanding women. Similarly, women would like outstanding and extraordinary men. This was a deep-rooted instinct of life. It was innate. Beautiful things would always be appreciated, desired, and even wanted to take them for themselves. Therefore, Lin Wayne was the subject of jealousy. Lin Wayne was the pavilion master of the Flying Snow Pavilion. Chu Shanha's intention was obvious. Recruiting a deputy hall master was fake, and his real intention was to take Lin Wayne in. "I'm the pavilion master of the Flying Snow Pavilion." Lin Wayne's every word was filled with coldness, as if it had frozen the surroundings. Everyone could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Her words carried an unquestionable determination. Rejected. Chu Shanha's eyes flashed coldly. She actually rejected him in front of so many people. He was very unhappy. "Whoever makes me unhappy, I won't let them off easily, no matter who they are." Soon after, a cold glint spread from the bottom of his eyes. The corners of Chu Shanha's mouth curled into a smile. His gaze swept past Lin Wayne's face and landed on the seemingly frivolous young man. This young man had a blade of grass in his mouth, and his hair was casually tied behind his head with a blade of grass. Because he hadn't combed his hair, it looked a little messy. He had a faint smile on his face, and he was wearing a dark green warrior's uniform, but his slender legs were standing in a lazy manner. "Zhao Fengyan, I think you're an understanding person." The corner of Chu Shanha's mouth held a hint of a smile, but the bottom of his eyes was ice cold. That voice sounded very light, but Zhao Fengyan's face flashed with a hint of seriousness. His originally lazy appearance disappeared, and his body slightly straightened. The muscles of his legs under the warrior clothes slightly swelled, filled with astonishing strength. Chu Shanhe, what are you doing? Lin Wayne had a bad premonition. Zhao Fengyun's eyes flickered. Soon after, he looked at Lin Wayne and said, Pavilion Master Lin, I'm sorry. After that, Zhao Fengyun walked to the side, keeping a certain distance from the Flying Snow Pavilion's team. He even walked to Chu Shanhe's side and cupped his fists, bowing to Chu Shanhe and said, Please advise me, Home Master Chu. Zhao Fengyun, what is the meaning of this? Lin Zhenglong was furious. His black hair fluttered like a gust of wind, and traces of coldness spread out from his body. The other members of the Flying Snow Pavilion were also furious. Was he going back on his words? Not only was he going back on his words, but he was even planning to join the Mountain River Pavilion's camp. Lin Wayne's face turned even uglier. Her eyes became even colder, as if she wanted to freeze Chu Shanhe and Zhao Fengyun. However, Chu Shanhe wasn't afraid of Lin Wayne's gaze. Instead, Zhao Fengyun's expression changed, and he revealed a nonchalant smile. Water flows downwards, but people aren't water. They only walk upwards. In other words, the Mountain River Pavilion was at the top, while the Flying Snow Pavilion was at the bottom. There was nothing wrong with people walking upwards. The problem was that Zhao Fengyun had already agreed to join the Flying Snow Pavilion, and he only changed his mind now. This was a huge blow to the Flying Snow Pavilion, greatly affecting their morale and fighting spirit. This was a conflict between the Mountain River Pavilion and the Flying Snow Pavilion. It could even be said that it was a conflict between Chu Shanhe and Lin Wayne. The other forces couldn't and wouldn't interfere. Zhao Fengyun, don't regret this, Lin Xiong said in a deep voice. In the eyes of Zhao Fengyun and the rest, this was just a bluff. Among the 22 independent practitioners who had obtained the Demon Slayer token, less than half of them were experts on the demigod list. Most of them weren't on the demigod list. Of course, it wasn't because they were weak. In fact, those who could obtain the Demon Slayer token were all acknowledged. They were very strong, second only to the experts on the demigod list. Therefore, among the 22 independent practitioners, Zhao Fengyun was undoubtedly one of the more powerful ones. Facing Lin Xiong's angry rebuke, Zhao Fengyun only smiled and didn't reply. His attitude was clearly expressing his disdain. He couldn't be bothered to reply. This was a form of disdain. Lin Wayne's breathing was intense. Her chest was heaving up and down. She could only feel a ball of anger burning in her chest, burning fiercely, as if it was about to explode. A terrifying aura spread out. It was incomparably cold and extremely violent. There was a faint rumbling sound, as if a great snow mountain was about to collapse. Many people were secretly shocked. Lin Wayne has become even stronger. Lan Yuanming's pupils contracted to the size of needles. Oh! Chu Shanhe was slightly surprised, but immediately revealed a smile. She was indeed the woman that he liked. She had become even more powerful. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In the spacious palace, the temperature dropped sharply. The terrifying aura was surging, as if it was about to completely erupt. It gave people the feeling that Lin Wayne had become a snow mountain. For breaths, that terrifying aura was restrained. 5 breaths, it disappeared without a trace, as if it was an illusion. Lin Wayne's anger seemed to have disappeared, and she regained her calmness. However, her eyes were even colder, so cold that there was not a trace of warmth, which made Zhao Fengyun's scalp tingle. Chu Shanhe frowned slightly. It seemed that his method was wrong. No, he was not wrong. It was just that Lin Wayne was too stubborn and fierce. However, taming her like this would give him a greater sense of accomplishment. Wayne, you are a woman. Why do you have to endure so much? Chu Shanhe said in a tone that he thought was gentle, as if he wanted to warm Lin Wayne. Scram! Lin Wayne's cold eyes stared at Chu Shanhe. Her red lips slightly opened, but a thunderous word came out. Scram! The shocking momentum reverberated endlessly in the hall, sweeping past the astonished and shocked faces one after another. Who was Chu Shanhe? He was the young master of the Chu clan, the strongest force in the second suppressing world city's airspace. He was talented and powerful, and he was the next clan master of the second suppressing world city's Shana Hall. Regardless of identity, status, talent, or strength, Chu Shanha was better than many people. Among those of the same generation, who in the second suppressing world city's airspace dared to speak to Chu Shanha like this. Chu Shanha's face was also filled with shock. Chu Shanha, you filthy stinking bug. Don't appear in front of me again. Otherwise, I might not be able to resist drawing my sword and cutting you down. Lin Wayne spoke again. Her voice was even colder, with hints of killing intent. Crack! Chu Shanha clenched his fists tightly, making an ear-piercing sound as if he was crushing something. The veins on the back of his hands bulged out one by one, and the veins on his forehead also bulged out. His eyes shone with an incomparably ferocious light. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. His face was dark like an evil spirit, choosing to devour people. A terrifying aura instantly erupted from Chu Shanha's body, sweeping in all directions. An illusion of mountains and rivers descended, as if it was suppressing the earth, causing everyone's body to become heavy and oppressive. Stinking bug. Filthy and filthy. Since when did someone dare to judge him like this? The group of people from Shana Hall appeared around Chu Shanha. They unleashed a terrifying aura, which turned into layers of violent waves, surging towards the flying snow pavilion. The Shana Hall had a total of 12 people, while the flying snow pavilion only had 5. Not only was the difference in numbers obvious, but the difference in strength was also obvious. The 5 people from the flying snow pavilion, including Lin Wayne, were shocked by the powerful aura. They could not help but take a few steps back, feeling extremely uncomfortable. They felt like they were about to be suppressed. Lin Wayne, in particular, felt the strongest pressure. Her words were tantamount to falling out with Chu Shanha. Lin Wayne began to have difficulty breathing. Sweat could not help but seep out from her forehead, sliding down her jade-like cheeks. The aura was getting stronger and more shocking, making it harder for Lin Wayne to bear it. She felt like she was falling into a violent wave, falling into a mountain range, constantly being slammed. She could not hold on any longer. Suddenly, an extremely shocking sharpness erupted, as if it was tearing the heavens and earth apart. In just an instant, that extremely terrifying sharpness, the shocking aura that tore apart the people from the Shana Hall, appeared in front of Lin Wayne. At the same time, a figure condensed. Tyrannical, vast, and extremely sharp radiance constantly emanated from that figure, turning into an illusory sword shadow that shot straight into the sky. Any aura that approached would be torn apart and split into 2 at the moment of contact. However, this figure was protecting Lin Wayne behind him. The figure that did not look very strong seemed to have become infinitely tall at this moment, like a giant sword holding up the sky, with a peerless sharpness. Lin Wayne only felt that the shocking aura that was about to crush her had weakened significantly. She could not help but look up and saw a familiar figure. In just an instant, she recognized the figure. Chunzong. Chunzong was also here. It turned out that Chunzong had obtained the Demon Slayer token, because without the token, one could not enter this place. Since he was here, it meant that Chunzong had a Demon Slayer token. Lan Yuanmeng was also slightly stunned. A trace of astonishment appeared on her beautiful face. She thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Wasn't that the person who was recommended to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court by Lin Wayne? Chapter 1940. The 9th update. The remaining 3 updates will be updated at night. It's you. Seeing Chunzong, Chu Shanha's eyes turned red. His murderous intent and anger exploded in an instant. His roar reverberated in all directions, reverberating in the main hall like endless waves. If Lin Wayne's words had a huge impact on Chu Shanha, causing him to feel humiliated and enraged to the extreme, but he still had a trace of reason to remain calm. However, Chunzong's appearance had directly crushed that trace of reason. Ever since this person appeared, Lin Wayne's attitude towards him had changed greatly. It was all because of him. It was all because of him that he was humiliated like this. Moreover, he was humiliated by the woman he fancied. What could be more humiliating than this? Anger. He was extremely angry. His murderous intent surged, and his murderous intent raged. The illusory image of mountains and rivers solidified, suppressing all directions, as if wanting to crush Chunzong. Chunzong's expression was solemn. His eyes were condensed to the extreme, and a little bit of sharpness was like a star that was about to explode. The pressure that Chu Shanha brought was very strong, very strong. The surrounding people retreated. At this moment, Chu Shanha was extremely furious. In the next breath, he would attack in anger. In order to avoid being affected, it was better to back off a little. Lin Wayne straightened her back and walked out from behind Chunzong. She stood beside Chunzong, facing Chu Shanha together. This action provoked Chu Shanha once again. His murderous intent surged, becoming more and more intense, destroying and destroying everything. Chu Shanha's eyes were red. The entire main hall was incomparably oppressive and murderous. It was suffocating. He slowly raised his right hand, as if he was dragging a heavy mountain, pulling everything around him. When the people from Shana Hall saw this, they immediately retreated. This was a starting move. Chu Shanha was about to attack, and once he attacked, it would be an earth-shattering blow. Chunzong's 5 fingers that were holding the scabbard tightened. His 5 fingers on his right hand moved slightly, as if he was about to unsheath the sword at any time and unleash a powerful strike. It was as if the scene of stars colliding was about to happen. Everyone held their breaths. "Little fellows, save your strength to kill even more demons." An aged voice suddenly sounded. That voice was as calm as water, yet it also seemed to contain an extremely shocking might like the calm waters of a deep river. This voice contained supreme might. As soon as it appeared, it dealt with the murderous silence in the hall, and it was like a trickling stream flowing by or a cool breeze brushing past a willow tree. Chu Shanha's anger and murderous intent and Chunzong's sharpness dissipated like smoke blown by the wind in an instant. At some point in time, a figure had appeared at the center of the hall. It was silent, as if he had appeared out of thin air. It was an ordinary-looking old man. He stood there without any powerful aura, just like an ordinary old man. However, whoever really treated him as an ordinary old man would be the biggest idiot. Spirit Realm. He was a Spirit Realm warrior. Facing a Spirit Realm warrior, he had to show enough respect, no matter what the other's identity was. It was a rule to show respect to the strong, especially when the other party was at the Spirit Realm of the City Master Mansion. His significance was extraordinary. You are all elites of the Second World Suppressing City. The turbid eyes of the old man slowly swept over, causing everyone who met his gaze to feel as though they were being valued. The Triple Devil Prison isn't a safe place. The spatial demons are extremely powerful and ferocious. Hence, all of you have to be extremely cautious in the Devil Prison. Demons of the Void. Chunzong felt his soul shake. He had heard this name again. Tianyuan, Sacred Region. Eternal Battle Fort. The Second World Suppressing City. Demons of the Void. It felt like they were haunting him, which made Chunzong realize how powerful and mysterious the demons of the void were. The Devil Slaughter Trial is divided into team and individual rankings. The higher the ranking, the greater the reward. However, you have to remember that the demons of the void are not weak. They are powerful and ferocious. If you are in danger of death, you can activate the power of the Devil Slaughter Order, which will protect you and take you out of the Devil Prison and back to the Second World Suppressing City. However, activating the power of the Devil Slaughter Order requires 1 breath of time. You have to make sure you can hold on for 1 breath. The old man's tone was serious. Of course, activating the power of the Devil Slaughter Order means that you have given up this trial. All your results will not count, and you will not be able to compete for the rewards. Also, you can only move in the first of the 3 levels of the Devil Prison. Even if you have the chance, don't enter the 2nd or the 3rd level. As soon as the old man finished speaking, lines of vein-like patterns appeared. They spread out rapidly on the ground of the hall, forming a huge array. Then, a black crack opened and turned into a 10-meter-tall door. "Go!" The old man stood beside the black door and said in a hoarse voice, "When the time is up, The Devil's Slaughter Order will bring you back. Chu Shanhe led the people from the Mountain River Hall and a few reinforcements towards the pitch-black door. The moment he stepped through the door, Chu Shanhe turned his head and swept his gaze over Chenzong. His eyes were filled with a crimson, killing intent as he stared at Chenzong, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Chenzong looked back at Chu Shanhe without fear. The first meeting outside the Nine Heavens Imperial Court meant that the two of them could not be friends. It was impossible that they would not cross paths. Lin Wayne was effused, but not the only one. Without Lin Wayne, as long as Chenzong was in the Second World Suppressing City, he would definitely have a conflict with Chu Shanhe for other reasons. The only difference was when. Many people looked at Chenzong with pity, and then looked at the people of the Flying Snow Pavilion. It was not a good thing to offend Chu Shanhe and the Mountain River Hall. Take care of yourselves. Lan Yuanming seemed to be talking to Chenzong or the people of the Flying Snow Pavilion as she walked past. During this period of time, Chenzong had already communicated with Lin Wayne using his divine sense to find out what had happened. Then, let me join the Flying Snow Pavilion for now, Chenzong said to Lin Wayne. At first, Chenzong decided to act alone. But Lin Wayne and Lin Weihan had done him a favor, and he should repay them as long as it was within his power. Since the Flying Snow Pavilion had been betrayed and attacked, he would do his best to help. Lin Xiaofu looked at Chenzong in surprise and did not say anything. Lin Xiong did not say anything either. Lin Zhenglong and Lin Zhengming were not willing. They did not like Chenzong. Okay. Lin Wayne was very happy. She was hesitating whether to invite Chenzong. But since Chenzong took the initiative to ask, she agreed. Since Lin Wayne had agreed, Lin Zhenglong could only close his mouth. He was thinking more. There were only 5 people from the Flying Snow Pavilion. It would be very difficult to fight for a higher ranking. If there was one more person, there might be more hope. After all, this person was not weak. With Lin Wayne in the lead, the 6 people stepped into the dark door together. The Demon Slayer tokens in their hands shone with light. It was as if they were falling. They kept falling into a bottomless abyss. It was dark all around. They could not see anything. The aura was getting colder and colder. It was as if it wanted to freeze everything, body and soul. This aura was familiar to Chenzong. It was the aura of the Demon of the Void. But compared to the aura he felt in the Void Battleground in Tianyuan Sacred Region, it was even more intense. It was extremely cold and evil. It seemed to be even purer. After some time, Chenzong felt something hard on his feet. He landed. He could see his surroundings clearly with his eyes. The sky was dark. It was as if ink was constantly spreading out in water. It turned into streaks of darkness that danced and twisted. It looked very strange. It was hard to tell if it was real or not. The ground was black. It was so dark that it was deep. It gave off an endless cold aura. It was as if they had fallen into hell. In the distance, there seemed to be overlapping shadows of black mountains. No matter how he looked at the world, it felt unreal. But it was real. Demon prison. Triple demon prison. What is this place? With a thought, Chenzong asked his own question. Lin Zhenglong sneered, but did not answer. There was some disdain in his eyes. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. As far as I know, the demon prison did not exist in the beginning. Lin Wayne pondered for a moment. She organized her words and said, "The demon of the void is an evil life form born in the depths of the void. They are chaotic, cruel, and evil. They were born to destroy all living things in the void." Chenzong listened quietly. He had a better understanding of the origin of the demon of the void. Of course, most people did not know what Lin Wayne said. It was only because of her identity and talent that she was qualified to know some of it. But it was not very detailed. It was just a general idea. The demon of the void that was born in the depths of the void seemed to be born to destroy all living things in the void. Naturally, it would rush out of the depths of the void and enter the void to launch a destructive attack. However, the living things in the void would not wait to be killed. They would naturally resist. It was just like when the demon of the void invaded the Lingwu sacred world. A great battle was inevitable. In that battle, The void also suffered great turbulence. In the end, the demon of the void was repelled and sealed in the depths of the void. The triple demon prison was used to seal the place where the demon of the void appeared. Then, the world suppression city was built to further strengthen the suppression. From then on, the demon of the void could only move about in the triple demon prison. It was difficult for it to break through the seal of the triple demon prison and the suppression of the world suppression city. However, if the demon of the void continued to be born and accumulated to a certain extent, it would attack the seal in an attempt to break through the suppression of the seal. This would allow the stronger demon of the void to move freely in the first demon prison. It would gather all its strength to break through the suppression. If it was broken through, it would be another great disaster for the void. Therefore, every once in a while, the World Suppression City would organize a cleanup operation to kill the demon of the void and reduce the number of demon of the void. It would slow down their attack on the seal of the first demon prison so that the seal and suppression would continue to exist. The stronger demon of the void could only leave the first demon prison and enter the second demon prison to avoid being injured by the suppression. They would be suppressed there for generations and generations, unable to rise again. At the same time, it was also a kind of training for the talented juniors. It was called the Demon Slaying Trial. This was the origin of the triple demon prison. It was also the origin of the Demon Slaying Trial. As for why more people were not allowed to enter, it was also because of some restrictions. Chunzong could not help but sigh. Cultivators were a group of terrifying existences. Everything could be turned into food. Everything could be turned into a trial for the juniors. In the process, they would constantly strengthen themselves. The demon of the void was suppressed in the depths of the void. However, there was still some demon of the void left in the void, causing trouble everywhere. Chapter 1941. 7th place. Awesome. You guys are too awesome. However, you have to hold on. Don't fall. Don't let our efforts go to waste. Don't let us waste our efforts. Every batch of people who entered the devil prison might not appear in the same place. They would appear randomly and uncontrollably. But the same batch would appear in similar places and not far from each other. The devil prison had 3 levels. The strongest void demons born in the first level of the devil prison were at the demigod level. Once they surpassed that level, they would be constantly suppressed and could only enter the second level or even the third level. In short, the stronger the void demon was, the stronger the suppression in the first level would be. It would make them feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, there were no demigod-level void demons in the first level of the devil prison. In other words, there were only imminent god-level void demons. There were very few demigod-level void demons in the second level, but there were many in the third level. This was also why the elder from the City Lord Mansion had warned everyone not to enter the second level of the devil prison. If they encountered a demigod-level void demon, it would be too dangerous. They might not even be able to activate the demon slaying token in time. Last time, the Flying Snow Pavilion was ranked 7th. Therefore, we can only get 5 demon slaying tokens this time. Lin Weiyin's expression was cold, and her voice was as cold as ice. The resource star we are assigned is also a second-tier one. This time, we must at least maintain our ranking. If possible, we must aim for the top 3 and be assigned a first-tier resource star. Next time, we will be able to get more tokens. The more tokens there were, the less tokens there would be, the greater the impact. However, Chunzong didn't know much about this, but he could tell that the team ranking of the Devil Slaying Trial was very important to the Flying Snow Pavilion, or rather, to any participating force. Then he would do his best. Let's go this way. Lin Zhenglong looked around and chose a direction. Brother Chun, what do you think? Lin Weiyin asked Chunzong. This time, she didn't call Chunzong Mr. Chun, but Brother Chun. It seemed to be more intimate. Lin Zhenglong's expression changed. What did she mean? Not only did she not listen to his opinion, she even asked for the opinion of a country bumpkin. Did she mean that he was inferior to a country bumpkin? Annoyed, Lin Zhenglong was furious. Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong did not say anything. In the Lin family, Their status was not as high as Lin Wayne and Lin Zhenglong. Thus, they would usually keep their mouths shut when making decisions. After all, one was the pavilion master, while the other was the pavilion supervisor. There was not much difference in their statuses. This way, since Lin Wayne had asked him, Chen Zong pointed in a direction based on his intuition. He looked very casual. "Let's go," Lin Wayne said without hesitation. She seemed to trust Chen Zong a lot. Chen Zong followed behind. Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong looked at each other and followed behind. "Brother, what about us?" Lin Zhengming walked to Lin Zhenglong's side and whispered. "Keep up." Lin Zhenglong growled angrily. If they didn't follow him, were they supposed to split up and act alone? In Devil Prison, acting alone was several times or even 10 times more dangerous than acting in a group. If his teammates were weak, it would be better to act alone. However, if his teammates were strong, it would be better to act as a team. Demons of the Void never acted alone. The members of Flying Snow Pavilion weren't weak. It was undeniable that that annoying country bumpkin wasn't weak either. Perhaps he wasn't much weaker than himself. He could only follow. Lin Zhenglong was annoyed, but he made up his mind. No matter what, he had to show his strength and suppress that country bumpkin. He had to let him know that he was stronger so that Lin Wayne would look at him in a different light. When a person's aura entered this place, it was like blood dripping into the sea. It would be smelled by sharks with an amazing sense of smell, and they would quickly surround it from all directions. In Devil Prison, the Void Demons were like sharks. Devil Prison was huge, and there were many Void Demons. This place was more suitable for the growth of Void Demons. Hence, there were many powerful Void Demons. Demigod rank. Demigod rank. They could be found everywhere. Not long after, the 6 members of Flying Snow Pavilion faced a group of Void Demons. There were at least a few hundred of them, and the aura they emitted was very strong. They were at least at the demigod rank. Under normal circumstances, no matter how many demigods there were, it would only increase the number of casualties for a demigod rank. However, due to the nature of the power of the evil Void Demons, they were extremely vicious and evil. That kind of power was shockingly destructive to all living beings in the Void. When the demigod rank Void Demons attacked a demigod rank cultivator, it would also cause a certain amount of damage. When there were too many of them, there would be a qualitative change, and it could even kill a demigod rank cultivator. From the fluctuations of their aura, Chen Zong felt that the Void Demons in Devil Prison were more evil and pure than the Void Demons he had killed in the Void Battlefield in Tianyuan Sanctuary. Their power should be the same as well. It seemed that the Void Demons here were the real Void Demons. The remaining Void Demons in the Void were affected by the Void and became less pure and extreme. It seemed that this wasn't the first time the 5 members of Flying Snow Pavilion had encountered Void Demons. This could be seen from their breathing and expressions. However, it also seemed that they didn't have many chances to encounter Void Demons. Kill. With a low roar, Lin Zhengming was the first to attack. With a slash of his sword, black frost filled the air. A shocking chill quickly spread out and froze the surroundings. Once Lin Zhengming attacked, the others followed suit. The Lin clan was a family of swordsmen. Almost all of them practiced the sword. Lin Wayne and Lin Weihan practiced the Freezing Sky Flying Snow Sword, which was the best of the 3 lesser mystiques of the Lin clan. Lin Zhenglong and Lin Zhengming practiced the Black Frost Sword technique, which was slightly inferior to the Freezing Sky Flying Snow Sword technique. However, there wasn't a significant difference. As for Lin Xiong and Lin Xiaofu, they practiced the Lesser Frost Sword technique, which was the 3rd lesser mystique of the Lin clan. When the sword struck out, it was as if a cold current swept across the sky. Freezing Sky Flying Snow Sword technique. Black Frost Sword technique. Lesser Frost Sword technique. The 3 lesser mystiques all released a shocking chill that collided and merged with each other, spreading out in all directions as if everything was frozen. Golden Radiance. Chen Zong's sword pierced through the sky and struck out. At the same time, hundreds of Void Demons also attacked. Extremely evil energy turned into a pitch-black torrent that surged forward violently, destroying everything in its path. Among the hundreds of void demons, there were a few demigod-level ones. The energy released in an instant was even more tyrannical and shocking, causing everyone to feel threatened. The collision of energy paused for a moment. Then an extremely terrifying impact exploded, as if it could tear everything apart. However, Chunzong realized that the space here was shockingly strong. It wasn't inferior to the second city of world suppression at all. Such a force, if placed in the Tianyuan sacred region, would be enough to destroy a mountain. However, the damage caused here was very small. Although it was small, the momentum was very frightening. Under the impact of the collision, a portion of the demigod-level void demons were killed. However, the rest of the void demons instantly closed in and engaged in close combat. The 6 people from the flying snow pavilion were surrounded in an instant. Shenzong struck out with his sword. He used the sword of heart and mind. It looked like a single strike, but in reality, he had struck out dozens of times in an instant. Of course, this couldn't be compared to the hundreds and thousands of strikes in the Tianyuan sacred region. This was because of the restrictions of the space here. Striking out dozens of times in a single breath was already considered very fast. Dozens of sword strikes, each of which was fatal. The demigod rank void demon was instantly killed. Chunzong sensed that, as the evil void demon was killed by his sword, there seemed to be wisps of aura spreading out, merging into the demon slayer token that had turned into a mark on the back of his left hand. This was a record. The number and strength of the void demons killed would be recorded in the demon slayer token. It was the symbol of the final ranking. Under the joint attack of the 6 demigod-level experts, the demigod-level void demons were quickly killed. Only the 7 demigod-level void demons were left. The void demons were very strong. This was because the demigod-level void demons were very frightening. This was especially true for the void demons here. They were purer, more evil, and more tyrannical than the void demons in the outside world. Therefore, it wasn't easy to kill the 7 demigod-level void demons in a short period of time. Their strong life essence made them even more difficult to kill. Intense battle. Lin Xiong, Lin Xiaofu, Lin Zhengming, and Lin Zhenglong were each blocking a demigod-level void demon. It could be seen that Lin Xiong, Lin Xiaofu, and Lin Zhengming could only resist, while Lin Zhenglong could suppress the demigod-level void demons. As for Lin Weiyin, she was fighting against 2 demigod-level void demons by herself. She was in a disadvantageous position. Chunzong was dealing with a void demon. The golden light pierced through the void and pierced through the void demon's body. However, the wound quickly healed. The demonic prison was filled with a dark and evil aura. The void demons were like fish in water. However, it wasn't good for cultivators. If they wanted to recover their strength, they could only rely on medicinal pellets. In these 3 days, other than cultivating, Chunzong also bought some medicinal pellets to recover his cultivation. The demigod-level void demons could be killed easily because of the suppression. However, if they were the same level, they couldn't be suppressed. It was very difficult to kill them. They could only be slowly tortured to death. This was actually very disadvantageous for cultivators. This was also the reason why it was better to move in a group. The first and second layers of the brilliant gold star penetrating sword were powerful. However, they could only injure the enemy and not kill them. However, Chunzong realized that he could slowly exhaust the enemy and kill them after they were exhausted. That was too inefficient. Lin Weiyin was also in a disadvantageous position and was in a dangerous situation. In that case, he would have to use other techniques. Heart Sutra, sort of heart and mind. With a slash of his sword, he directly pierced the demigod-level void demon. Sword chi instantly spread out from the demigod-level void demon's body, like roots drilling into the soil. This was a technique that Chunzong comprehended when he merged his consciousness with the ghost mother tree, when he transformed into a purgatory ghost. It was very effective against the purgatory ghost, especially the purgatory ghost king. To a certain extent, The void demons were similar to the purgatory ghost race. Then, would such a method have a significant effect on the void demons as well? He wasn't sure, but it was worth a try. Chapter 1942. 11th update, 10 times. Chunzong keenly sensed that the damage this sword dealt to the evil void devil was 10 times greater than before, causing it to consume even more energy. So it was effective. Let's continue. Of course, the effect wasn't as obvious as the ghost races. After all, that sword was created to better kill the ghost race. The ghost race was the ghost race, and the void demon was the void demon. However, Chunzong didn't know why, but he felt that the purgatory ghost race was similar to the void demon to a certain extent. However, it could be improved. He could modify the ghost slaughtering sword technique into a sword technique that could deal more damage to the void demon. This required constant experimentation, and the demigod void demon in front of him was a good target for experimentation. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Chunzong continued to experiment and adjust, relying on his superb perception, astonishing divine sense, and extreme control of the heart sword intent. Every sword strike dealt more and more damage to the void demon. This was a targeted attack. With the ghost slaughtering sword technique as the foundation, it would be impossible to achieve this without the ghost slaughtering sword technique. The ghost slaughtering sword technique wasn't a sword technique. It was just a profound technique that used sword chi. It required superb control of one's own strength and sword to be able to achieve this, surpassing the palm sword intent and reaching a higher realm of the way of the sword. Chunzong had an easier time. After continuous modification, this sword technique had become a sword technique that specifically targeted the void demon. Of course, it could only target the demigod void demon. After all, the stronger the void demon, the more tyrannical and terrifying its strength. It was just like the Ghost King of the Purgatory ghost race. Ordinary Ghost Kings could be killed by his ghost slaughtering sword technique in 1 strike. However, peak Ghost Kings like the Ghost King and Xian demons could block his ghost slaughtering sword technique. Of course, that was also because he wasn't strong enough. The sword struck the demigod void demon. The astonishing sword chi tore through the void demon with unparalleled sharpness. This time, the demigod void demon let out a mournful shriek. On its tyrannical body, veins protruded like veins, covering every part of its body, starting from where the sword strike struck. Shattered. In the next breath, the void fiend shattered into pieces. I can only perfect it to this level. Chunzong thought to himself. If he didn't have the ghost slaughtering sword technique as a foundation, and if he didn't supplement it with his own excellent comprehension and a high level of sword doctrine that surpassed the palm sword will, he wouldn't have been able to do it. So fast, Lin Jinglong's eyes widened in shock. He had the upper hand, but all he could do was injure the void demon time and time again, wearing it down and finally killing it. This was something that the fiendish devils of the outside world could not compare to. But now, a country bumpkin from some unknown remote star had easily killed the void demon. They were all elites of their families and had received all kinds of training since they were young. Of course, they were also prepared for the devil slaughtering trial. They all had a deep understanding of the void demons. Because of this, they knew that demigod rank void devils were not easy to kill. It was just like how there was a huge transformation when a cultivator went from demigod rank to demigod rank. That was the transformation of the 3 flowers, which represented the pinnacle of power. A demigod rank void devil was easy to kill, but a demigod rank void devil's recovery ability was heaven-defying. The void evil force in its body was also condensed to the extreme, making it even more terrifying and its resistance even more shocking. Therefore, a demigod rank void devil could only be slowly worn down until it died. There might be people who could kill it directly, but it was extremely rare. After killing the demigod rank void devil, Chunzong immediately brandished his sword and attacked another demigod rank void devil that was surrounding Lin Wayne. In the blink of an eye, 6 swords had struck the demigod rank void devil. The sword chi of each sword pierced into the body of the void devil. In an instant, it was as if a seed had taken root and sprouted, spreading rapidly within the body of the demigod rank void devil. The 6 sword chi seeds took root and sprouted simultaneously. In an instant, they covered the entire body of the void devil and appeared on its tough skin. Strand after strand, it was a ghastly sight, extremely terrifying. The void devil roared and struggled, mobilizing all its strength to break the sword chi in its body. Chunzong swung his sword once again and chopped off the head of the void devil. Under normal circumstances, a demigod rank void devil wouldn't die, even if its head was chopped off. It would only consume more of its energy. However, the demigod rank void devil's body was filled with sword chi. With its head chopped off, the demigod rank void devil was heavily injured. The sword chi within its body was also being guided by Chunzong as it madly attacked and sliced at the demigod rank void devil's energy. Rip! In less than 3 breaths of time, the void devil was dead. A strand of aura seeped out from the void devil's body and entered the demon, slaying token on Chunzong's back, killing 2 demigod rank void devils in a row. If the first one could be said to be a fluke, then the second one left everyone in shock. Strike! 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 With the cooperation of the others, all 7 demigod rank void devils were killed by Chunzong's sword. It seemed like Chunzong didn't consume much of his energy after killing 7 demigod rank void devils in a row. Everyone felt that all the information they had learned about demigod rank void devils couldn't be false, right? Of course, it was just a random thought. After fighting with demigod rank void devils, they all knew one thing. Demigod rank void devils were extremely frightening. Not only did they have extremely frightening void energy, but they were also extremely vicious. Once they were attacked, they would cause obvious injuries. On the other hand, when they attacked, the injuries they caused wouldn't be too serious. They would only consume more of their energy. Only when their energy was depleted would they be able to kill them. All in all, if a demigod rank cultivator fought a demigod rank void devil with the same level of strength, the chances of winning would be very low. This was also the reason why the demon-slaying trial only allowed true geniuses to participate. Only then would they have enough strength to fight and even kill a demigod rank void devil. But Chunzong was able to do it so easily. This was unheard of. How did you do it? Lin Zhenglong asked bluntly. It seems like you have a special method to deal with a demigod rank void devil. You should hand it over. Lin Jingming was even more direct. The 2 brothers didn't hold back at all. They directly asked for it. Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong's hearts trembled. Their eyes lit up with hope. If there was a better method to deal with a demigod rank void devil, they would definitely want it. It would undoubtedly increase their chances of survival in the devil prison. Lin Zhenglong, don't go overboard. Lin Weiyin's tone was cold. Of course, she also wanted to obtain a method to deal with a demigod rank void devil, but it depended on how she obtained it. She didn't like this kind of coercion, especially when the target was Chunzong. Lin Weiyin, you have to be clear. This time, the Flying Snow Pavilion doesn't have the advantage in terms of numbers. Only by killing more void devils will we be able to maintain our ranking and even improve. Lin Zhenglong enunciated each word clearly and righteously. As a member of our Flying Snow Pavilion, Chunzong should contribute his strength so that our Flying Snow Pavilion can slay the void demons better and obtain a higher ranking. That's right. Lin Zhengming immediately agreed, supporting his elder brother. His righteous words were completely from the perspective of the Flying Snow Pavilion. It was as if he didn't have any selfish motives. However, Chunzong, Lin Weiyin, Lin Xiaofu, and Lin Xiong could all see that Lin Zhenglong and his brother weren't so selfless. Instead, they were filled with selfish motives. The ghost-slaying sword technique, or rather, the evil vanquishing sword technique, wasn't a sword technique. It was a profound technique to apply sword chi. Chunzong had taken a risk to comprehend it in the purgatory ghost domain. It was a powerful killer move against the Ghost Clan. Now, It was modified and used on the Void Devils. In short, Chunzong had spent a lot of effort and even took a risk to comprehend and create this technique. It should be a personal secret technique. Secret techniques were extremely important. Many forces had their own secret techniques and were unwilling to share them with outsiders. If one wanted to obtain them, he or she would have to pay a huge price. Now, Lin Jinglong's seemingly righteous words were asking Chunzong to hand over the secret technique. It was just empty talk. Would Chunzong be willing to do it? Of course not. In fact, Chunzong didn't really care about this secret technique. Although he'd spent a lot of effort to create it, it was indeed a good technique to deal with the Void Devils. In terms of righteousness, it would be easier to deal with the Void Devils if it was spread out. Of course, he wasn't a fool who would hand it over for no reason. Righteousness and whatnot would only have meaning when he had enough power and the right to speak. Otherwise, with his current strength, it would be a waste of effort. When he was young, Chunzong was ridiculed because he was born weak. Later on, he was reborn. Countless experiences made Chunzong understand the deep-rooted bad habits of others. Have you all recovered? Let's move on, Lin Wayne said coldly. Lin Zhenglong didn't succeed. He looked coldly at Chunzong and snorted. He didn't say anything else, but it was hard to say what he was thinking. However, Chunzong felt that he wouldn't give up just like that. As for Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong, they didn't say anything. They didn't side with Lin Wayne or Lin Zhenglong. They seemed to be observing. The situation in the Lin clan was like that. The family head's line and the great elder's line stood side by side, competing in secret. Both of them wanted to seize power. In addition, there was a third force, which was a neutral force. The so-called neutrality was actually temporary, and they were waiting to see what would happen. From these few people, Chunzong could see the relationship between the Flying Snow Pavilion and the Lin clan. He was glad that he didn't join the Lin clan and take on the unnecessary competition. If Lin Wayne hadn't been kind to him and treated him well, Chunzong wouldn't have chosen a move with the Flying Snow Pavilion. However, since he had made his choice, he had to finish what he started. In the Devil Prison, a batch of Void Devils would be born every once in a while. They would grow rapidly and accumulate in numbers. When they had accumulated to a certain extent, they would attack the seal in an attempt to break it. Every time there were cultivators who entered to clean up, they would become the target of the Void Devils. Chapter 1943, 12th Update. Remaining 2 updates later, demons of the Void were born and grew up in the Devil Prison. They were everywhere in the Devil Prison. The Flying Snow Pavilion's team had encountered hundreds of demons of the Void. 7 of them were demigod-level demons, and all of them died under Chunzong's sword. Later on, Chunzong didn't kill all of the demigod-level demons of the Void. He left some for the others to kill. Although he couldn't check the battle records of the demons slaying token, the battle records obtained from killing demigod-level demons of the Void were definitely better than demigod-level demons. Killing demigod-level demons of the Void was like eating meat, while killing demigod-level demons of the Void was like drinking soup. Since he had eaten the meat, he couldn't possibly let others drink the soup. Lin Wayne was in a fierce battle with a demigod-level demon of the Void. This time, the demigod-level demon of the Void was extremely powerful and was almost evenly matched with Lin Wayne. Chunzong was watching over Lin Wayne from the side. As he watched, Chunzong's expression changed. His voice also sounded in Lin Wayne's spirit ocean. Immediately after, Lin Wayne's sword technique started to change slightly. Her sword chi seemed to have become more condensed without her noticing. Sword silk. That's right. Chunzong was imparting the superb technique of sword silk to Lin Wayne. No matter what, Lin Wayne and her sister had done him a great favor. They could even be considered as saving his life. If Lin Wayne didn't let him board the heavy edge, he didn't know how long he would have to wander in the Void. After all, it was very difficult to reach the second city of world suppression with his speed. He also needed a lot of luck. If he was unlucky, not only would he deviate from the direction, but he would also encounter a Void beast or a Void disaster. Only death would await him. Therefore, boarding the heavy edge was equivalent to saving his life to a certain extent. After entering the Flying Snow Pavilion, although Lin Wayne said it was a trade, at least he had a foothold in the second city of world suppression. He had a more direct understanding of the void, and even received a lesser mystique sword technique. Even if it was incomplete, it improved the foundation of his sword technique and the Heart Sutra sword technique. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court's recommendation, Chushana's protection, and so on. That was a debt of gratitude. Kindness had to be repaid. This was the principle. Previously, he had taught Lin Wayne the basics of swordsmanship as part of a deal. Now, he was imparting the superb technique of sword thread refinement to Lin Wayne to repay her kindness. The principle behind sword silk was to compress sword chi, sword light, sword gleam, and so on to the extreme. It sounded simple, but it was extremely difficult to execute. One had to have a solid foundation in swordsmanship and have absolute control over one's body. This required both talent and hard work. Initially, it was difficult for Lin Wayne to master it. However, with Chun Zong's guidance, her foundation of swordsmanship had been greatly improved. Now that she had received Chun Zong's guidance, she was slowly mastering it in battle. Sword silk was a superb sword chi technique. It could cause more direct and intense damage to targets with strong bodies. When it was integrated into the sword technique, it could also make the sword technique's power more condensed, increasing its power and causing greater damage to the evil void. In the midst of the fierce battle, the others did not notice the subtle changes in Lin Wayne's swordsmanship. Lin Wayne was secretly excited. She was even more grateful to Chun Zong for passing on such a superb technique to her. In the end, Lin Wayne was the first to kill the demigod-level evil void. Although she was not injured, her strength was almost depleted. She had no choice but to take out some elixirs to recover her strength. In Devil Prison, one should always maintain one's strength at its peak to prevent any accidents. Not long after, Lin Zhenglong also killed the evil void and was not injured. Lin Jingming, Lin Xiong, and Lin Xiaofu were slightly injured after killing their opponents. However, their injuries were not serious. The troublesome thing was that they had to expel the evil void force that had invaded their bodies. Chu Shana's expression was cold. His palm was like a mountain that pressed down on the earth. It directly blew up a demigod-level evil void and killed it. Palace Master, with our strength, we can definitely maintain the first place, a Shana Palace expert said with a smile. There were 12 of them. 6 of them were on the demigod ranking. As for the other 6, although they were not on the demigod ranking, they were still very strong. If they worked together, as long as they did not seek death, they would be safe. Find the Flying Snow Pavilion. Chu Shan has said coldly with a cruel smile on his face. I want them to take the initiative to eliminate me. Thinking about the Flying Snow Pavilion and Chun Zong, although his heart was filled with anger and killing intent, Chu Shanha was clear that with the demon slaughtering order, he could not kill them. Since he could not kill them, he would force them to take the initiative to use the power of the demon slaughtering order to leave this place. They would be eliminated from the trial and would not be able to obtain any ranking. At that time, he would not be able to get a share of the resource stars. It would be a great blow to a major force. Lin Wayne, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking me, Chu Shan has said to himself with a ferocious expression. Dozens of forces were scattered around the first-level devil prison. Compared to the 13 major forces, these small forces were more cautious, because they had fewer people and were not that strong. However, there was always a way out. When faced with a predicament, there would always be a way to solve it. Unite. Some of the smaller factions had formed a temporary alliance to fight against the Void Fiends and kill them. There was no day and night in the Devil Prison, and it was difficult to feel the flow of time. However, those who entered had prepared some gadgets that could tell how much time had passed. 3 days. It had been 3 days since they entered the Devil Prison. In these 3 days, the 6 members of the Flying Snow Pavilion had killed thousands of void demons. Most of them were demigods, and a few of them were demigods. Now, the members of the Flying Snow Pavilion were resting. Chun Zong was unharmed, and his strength was at its peak. Lin Wayne, who had mastered the sword thread technique, was also unharmed. However, Lin Jinglong was slightly injured and was recovering. However, Lin Jingming, Lin Xiong, and Lin Xiaofu's injuries were not light. One could see a pitch-black scar on their chests or backs, emanating a shocking black energy. It was extremely evil and extremely pure. It was precisely the evil void force. The void demon force was extremely evil. Once it entered the body, it would continuously destroy the vitality and destroy the body from the inside. It would eventually lead to death. They had to expel the void demon force as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would leave behind repercussions. Wisps of black aura spread out from the wound, rippling like water. The trio's faces were alternating between black and white, and their cheeks were twitching slightly. After a while, the trio took out evil-expelling pills and consumed them. This was a type of pill that could help expel the void demon force. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to expel the demigod void demon force by themselves. After consuming the second evil-expelling pill, the trio finally managed to expel the void demon force that had invaded their bodies. Once the void demon force was gone, the hideous wounds started to heal slowly. At the same time, a few figures appeared in the spacious hall of the city lord mansion of the second world suppressing city. Their faces were either dazed or disappointed. Their bodies were covered with a layer of faint black, almost transparent halo. After 3 breaths, the halo disappeared. That was the protective power of the Demon Slayer Order. They were almost killed by the Void Demon Force in the Devil Prison. At the crucial moment, they activated the power of the Demon Slayer Order, which protected them and allowed them to leave the Devil Prison and return here. The power of the Demon Slayer Order had to be activated by themselves. If they were a little slower, they would die. Thinking about it, they couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. 3 days later, some of them were injured. Some of them activated the protective power of the Demon Slayer Order and were eliminated. The Flying Snow Pavilion had also changed their attitude when they first entered the Devil Prison. They had all realized the dangers of the Devil Prison. Only by experiencing it personally would one understand the difficulties and dangers of the Devil Prison. Previously, their understanding of the Devil Prison was only limited to the information they received. They had also fought with the Void Demon Force in the outside world. Those Void Demons weren't very strong to them. Therefore, when they entered the Devil Prison, they had the mentality that they could kill the Void Demons as they wished. However, after 3 days of fighting, they finally understood the dangers of the Devil Prison and how terrifying the Void Demons were. They were different from the Void Demons outside. They were purer and more evil. Therefore, they had to be more careful in their actions. The third layer of the Devil Prison. The sky here was incomparably dark. It was so dark that it seemed like it would never disappear. The earth was also incomparably dark. It was like an abyss that would make people sink into it forever. Even their souls couldn't escape from it. Streaks of pitch-black lightning constantly streaked across the sky, as if they were going to tear the sky apart. They emitted a terrifying aura of destruction that could destroy everything. A pitch-black fortress was suspended in midair, located under the pitch-black sky and earth. Endless pitch-black thunderbolts gathered from all directions, constantly striking down around the pitch-black fortress. The fortress was like a strange-looking giant evil demon that was floating and sleeping. It was incomparably evil, as if it wanted to devour and destroy everything. In the center of the pitch-black fortress, there was a huge figure sitting on a throne that was at least 100 meters in size. That figure was huge and extremely strong. It wore a pitch-black armor covered with ferocious barbs that covered every part of its body. Behind it, there was a huge round wheel that was surrounded by dozens of huge swords. The huge figure, the huge armor, and the huge wheel of swords were emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Even if it was just a trace, it was enough to kill a demigod rank expert. Are those damned vermin here again? It sounded like it was muttering to itself, but it also sounded like a thunderous roar. Its momentum was incomparably terrifying. Its closed eyes opened in an instant. It was incomparably huge and emitted a scarlet radiance that seemed to be able to pierce through, shatter, and destroy everything. The terrifying aura increased by more than 10 times. The entire fortress was shaking. The pitch-black lightning in the surroundings became even more berserk. Pass down this king's order. All demigod rank experts in the second layer are to enter the first layer and kill those insects. The voice suddenly resounded, accompanied by waves of incomparably violent thunder that resounded through the heavens and earth. It was filled with rage and fury. In an instant, the voice penetrated the third layer of the devil prison and exploded in the sky above the second layer. Chapter 1944. It's the last hour now. The 8th-ranked player is eyeing us covetously. It looks like he will surpass us at any time. We must hold on, and hold on. We must block the 8th-ranked player's path and consolidate our results. Please, everyone, in the depths of the first layer of Devil Prison, an endless amount of evil energy gathered from all directions. It was like a turbulent storm. Gather, gather, gather. A pitch-black mass gathered on the ground and instantly expanded like a whirlpool. It continued to expand until it reached 100 meters, then 1,000 meters, and finally 10,000 meters. This pitch-black whirlpool seemed to have penetrated the first layer of Devil Prison and connected to the second layer of Devil Prison. In the pitch-black sky of the second layer of Devil Prison, a pitch-black seemed to have penetrated from the deepest part of the sky. It was like a drop of ink falling into water. As it rippled, it rapidly spread out. When the pitch-black dot had spread to a radius of 10 meters, it slowly began to rotate. Whirlpool. A whirlpool appeared in the sky above the second layer of Devil Prison. It was 10,000 meters in diameter and continuously rotated. It penetrated the sky of the second layer of Devil Prison and connected to the ground of the first layer of Devil Prison. In the second layer of Devil Prison, many tall figures with powerful auras flew over from all directions at an astonishing speed. The aura that each of them gave off was terrifyingly powerful, causing people to tremble in fear. Among these figures, some looked like huge meatballs covered with sharp thorns. Some had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a ferocious spider with 8 claws. Some had 4 arms and the lower body of a ghost. Evil devils, void devils. All of them were demigod rank void devils, powerful void devils. Void devils were a collective name, but their appearances were not necessarily the same. They were born from the accumulation of negative energy from the depths of the void. The void devil's evil energy was extremely powerful. Now, they had all received the order from their king to move to the first layer of Devil Prison. Although the suppression of the first layer of Devil Prison made them feel uncomfortable and even injured over a long period of time, they could endure it for a short period of time. As long as they killed all the ants that entered the first layer of Devil Prison, they would be able to endure it. Figures with different auras soared into the sky and entered the 10,000-meter-long dark vortex, heading for the first layer of Devil Prison. At the same time, the seal of the first layer of the demonic prison seemed to be enraged. Winds howled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Thunder rumbled, and thunder rumbled. They turned into extremely terrifying bolts of divine lightning that tore through the sky and struck the vortex. Instantly, a portion of the second-level void devils were struck and turned into ashes. However, there were still some demons that managed to pass through the whirlpool and enter the first level of the Devil Prison. Inside his spirit sea, the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit were constantly swaying. They were like lotus flowers on the surface of a lake blown by a gentle breeze, extremely beautiful. The flower of God was still 70% solid. The flower of essence was still at 50%. However, the flower of chi had already condensed to 20%. It took less than 10 days to go from the initial stage of condensing to 20%. This kind of condensing speed was simply incredible. It should be noted that Chunzong had spent a lot of time to condense 10% of his flower of chi without any external help. Now that the 3 flowers were resonating, using the flower of God and the flower of essence to vibrate the flower of chi, the speed of condensing the flower of qi had increased tremendously. Chunzong also discovered that during battle, the frequency of the resonance of the three flowers was higher, and the speed of condensing the flower of qi was faster. Originally, when Chunzong had just entered the demonic prison, the flower of qi had only condensed to 10%. With the speed of the resonance of the three flowers, it would have taken him at least 10 days to condense to 20%. However, the battle with the demigod-level void devils had increased the efficiency of the resonance of the three flowers. In just 3 days, the flower of qi had increased by another 10%. With the flower of qi condensed to 20%, Chunzong could feel that his strength had increased yet again. The only way to further improve one's cultivation at the demigod level was to condense the flower of extremity. As for the technique, it had already reached the limit and could not be improved further. The only way was to break through the demigod level and reach the imminent god realm. In other words, if Chunzong wanted to cultivate the Genesis sword technique to the 10th level, he would have to break through to the imminent god realm first. This time, the 6 from the Flying Snow Pavilion encountered 8 demigod-level void devils. Lin Wayne and the other 4 were fighting one-on-one. Only Chunzong blocked 3 of the void devils with his sword and suppressed them. The long sword formed from the heart sword intent silently slashed out, like a gentle breeze brushing past a willow tree. The sword was unleashed from the heart, and the sword was unleashed by the heart. It was indescribably fast. In just a moment, the 3 demigod-level void devils were all hit by the sword. To Chunzong, a void fiend of this level wasn't much of a threat. Brother Chen's strength has increased. Lin Wayne was also gradually mastering the sword thread technique. Her strength had increased, and she could even spare some attention to observe her surroundings during the battle. Seeing Chunzong single-handedly fending off the 3 void devils and even suppressing them, he couldn't help but feel shock in his heart. Chunzong's strength had already far surpassed his own. Based on her sixth sense, Lin Wayne felt that Chunzong's strength had increased by leaps and bounds during this period of time. It was just that she did not know how it happened. Unbelievable. For example, Lin Wayne and the others had already condensed their 3 flowers. However, because their 3 flowers were not of the same level, they could not resonate with each other. Therefore, they did not know the secret behind it. They also did not know that Chunzong's 3 flowers were all of the highest level. With a sincere heart, he slashed horizontally with his sword. The sword seemed to have disappeared and merged into the void. The bodies of the 3 void devils with different appearances trembled in an instant. They were immediately slashed by Chunzong's sword. The terrifying sword energy wreaked havoc in their bodies, spreading rapidly like roots throughout their bodies. Every ray of sword energy was a superb technique of the sword thread technique. It was extremely sharp and could cut through everything. The sword technique of heart refinement. This sword technique was extremely powerful. Originally, Chunzong needed to exhaust all of his essence, qi, spirit, and strength to perform it. However, after coming to the second city of world suppression, he obtained the lesser sword technique and comprehended it. This allowed the sword technique under the Heart Sutra to be upgraded. Not only did the sword technique of heart refinement become more powerful, but its consumption was also reduced. Every time he performed it, it would consume about 70% of his essence, qi, spirit, and strength. Moreover, he no longer needed to use the state of freedom as a guide. Although he could only perform one sword technique in a short period of time, there was a huge difference between 100% consumption and 70% consumption. At least, it could ensure that Chunzong would still have sufficient strength after performing the sword technique of heart refinement. Even under the state of freedom, the remaining 30% of his strength could still be used to perform the full power. However, after Chunzong condensed the flower of qi, his strength was fully circulated. When he performed the sword technique of heart refinement again, not only would it not consume as much of his strength, but it would also naturally recover at a faster speed. This sword technique consumed about 10% of his strength. Under full power, Chunzong could perform 10 sword techniques in a row. The power of each sword technique was much stronger than that of the Three Hearts sword technique. The three powerful demigod-level void devils trembled uncontrollably. They were all torn apart from the inside by the sword energy and died a violent death. Lin Zhenglong and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw that Chunzong had killed three demigod-level void devils with a single sword technique. Too powerful. What kind of technique is that? Lin Zhenglong thought to himself. He felt that it was impossible for Chunzong to be so powerful. He must have mastered some special technique to deal with the void devils. After using all his strength, Lin Zhenglong finally killed his opponents. However, he also suffered some injuries. He hurriedly took out an evil expelling pill and consumed it. After dispelling the evil energy of the void and recovering from his injuries, Lin Zhenglong stood up and stared at Chunzong. Chunzong, you must have mastered some kind of technique to deal with the void devils. Teach me, and I'll give you 3,000 void coins. Lin Zhenglong tried to use 3,000 void coins to obtain Chunzong's evil vanquishing sword technique. You won't be able to learn it. Chunzong smiled and said in a calm tone. This was the truth. From Lin Zhenglong's swordsmanship, Chunzong could see that Lin Zhenglong's swordsmanship foundation was not superior to Lin Wei's. In fact, Lin Zhenglong's swordsmanship was slightly inferior. With such a foundation in sword technique, it was impossible for him to master the sword thread technique, let alone the evil vanquishing sword technique. Even if Chunzong wanted to teach him, he would not be able to learn it. Of course, Chunzong would not teach Lin Zhenglong. Chunzong, you should know very well how important that technique is to us. If you're willing to teach it to me, I can make the decision to let my grandfather accept you as his disciple. Lin Zhenglong forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart and took a deep breath. Then wouldn't you have to call me Martial Uncle or Martial Uncle? Chunzong smiled. If that was the case, Chunzong would become Lin Zhenglong Sr. Obviously, Lin Zhenglong did not think of this. After hearing Chunzong's words, his expression changed drastically. Don't go overboard. Lin Zhengming roared. Lin Zhenglong, if you brothers don't want to be with us, we'll part ways here. Lin Wayne took a step forward and stood in front of Chunzong. Her eyes were cold, and her voice was like a gust of cold wind. This time, the Lin brothers, Lin Xiaofu, and Lin Xiong were shocked. Part ways. Lin Wayne, you actually abandoned the interests of Flying Snow Pavilion and Lin family for an outsider. When we leave here, I'll explain everything to the family and strip you of your position as Pavilion Master. Lin Zhenglong was furious and jealous. He was almost burned to ashes by the fire of jealousy. Lin Zhengming also stared at Lin Weiyin in disbelief. I'll still kill the demons of the void and raise the ranking of Flying Snow Pavilion. Lin Weiyin said coldly. Her eyes were still cold, and there was no change in them. Lin Zhenglong had deliberately targeted Chunzong time and time again, angering her. She was in an indescribable state of mind and emotions and directly exploded. Good. Lin Zhenglong was even more furious. He looked at Lin Weiyin and then at Chunzong. His eyes were dark, as if he wanted to skin Chunzong alive. Then, Lin Zhenglong looked at Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong and asked, What about you two? In other words, it was up to Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong. It was time for them to make a choice. Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong looked at each other. They knew that this time would come sooner or later. Now, it was time for them to make a choice. Then, should they choose Pavilion Master Lin Weiyin's side? Or should they choose Pavilion Supervisor Lin Zhenglong's side? Once they made a choice, it meant that their side was obvious. After that, they couldn't change their sides anymore. Otherwise, they would be regarded as two-faced people and would be despised by others. Why don't we split into 3 teams? Maybe we can kill more demons of the void and get a better ranking. Lin Xiong said in a low voice. This way of saying it was just a nicer way of saying it. In fact, it was a choice. Lin Weiyin and Chunzong were a team, Lin Zhenglong and Lin Zhengming were a team, and Lin Xiong and Lin Xiaofu were a team. They were originally a small team. Now that there was a disagreement, it became 3 teams. Let's go. Lin Zhenglong roared like a trapped beast. He glanced at everyone with anger in his eyes and turned to leave. Lin Jingming snorted at Qinzong and quickly followed. Chapter 1945. 14th update. Stay steady, stay steady. Brother Chun, I'm sorry you had to see this. Lin Wayne was valiant and valiant, but she also revealed the shyness of a little girl. She smiled at Qinzong Wei with some embarrassment, like a snow lotus blooming in an instant. I'm the one who's embarrassed. Qinzong smiled too. If not for him, Lin Wayne would not have been so angry and forced the Flying Snow Pavilion to go their separate ways. Splitting the army into three was just lip service. There were dangers everywhere in the Devil Prison. If they were to split up, the risk of encountering the demons of the void would increase greatly. If not for this, who would be willing to part ways? However, instead of being at odds with each other, it was better to split up as soon as possible. At least, they could have a clear conscience. Qinzong and Lin Wayne were both smart people. They smiled at each other and did not continue this topic. After all, it was an unpleasant thing. Why should they think about it? Of course, not thinking about it did not mean that it did not exist. If the Flying Snow Pavilion could not maintain their original ranking, Lin Zhenglong would definitely hit them when they were down. That would be very disadvantageous for Lin Wayne. Therefore, to maintain their ranking, it was best if they could improve their ranking. Pavilion Master Lin. Qinzong said after a moment of silence. Call me Wayne. Lin Wayne interrupted Qinzong. This was the second time she asked Qinzong to call her by her name. Pavilion Master Lin was a formal way of addressing her. It was also a more polite way of addressing her. Wayne. Qinzong paused for a moment, but still called out Lin Wayne's name. You have basically mastered the sword thread technique. Next, I will teach you the evil vanquishing sword technique. Evil vanquishing sword technique. Hearing Qinzong directly call her by her name and omitting her surname, Lin Wayne did not know why she felt a little happy. When she heard Qinzong's words, she was shocked. Evil vanquishing sword technique. She immediately thought of the method Qinzong used to deal with the demons of the void. Brother Chun, that's too precious. Lin Wayne's thoughts were different from Lin Zhenglong's. Such a sword technique was definitely very precious and would not be inferior to a lesser mystique. It might even be superior. After all, the Lin family had 6 minor mystiques, but they didn't have any better methods to deal with the void demons. We are friends, aren't we? Qinzong asked with a smile. The reason why he was willing to teach Lin Wayne the sword thread technique and the evil vanquishing sword technique was because Lin Wayne was indeed a good person. Furthermore, she had helped him and protected him many times. She was worth befriending. Wayne thanks Brother Chun. Lin Wayne smiled again. Indeed, she needed better methods to deal with the evil demons of the void. Since Qinzong was willing to teach her, she would compensate Qinzong in other ways. No matter what, he couldn't let Qinzong suffer. Qinzong began to teach her the techniques of the evil vanquishing sword technique. This was a unique and profound technique based on the sword thread technique. It wasn't a sword technique, but a secret technique. It was a secret technique that was more advanced in the application of sword chi. After Qinzong taught her, Lin Wayne immediately understood the value of this secret technique. It wasn't just used to deal with the evil demons of the void. It also had unfathomable potential. As one's understanding and mastery of swordsmanship deepened, one could even innovate on the original foundation and become stronger. Lin Wayne understood that this was a huge favor. Lin Wayne's talent wasn't bad. Born in a family of swordsmanship, she was also very talented in swordsmanship. Therefore, after receiving Qinzong's detailed teachings, her mastery of the sword thread technique deepened. She also began to grasp the basics of the evil vanquishing sword technique. Next, she would have to continuously improve through battles. She would first find a demigod-level evil demon of the void to practice and control her own strength to hone the evil vanquishing sword technique. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Under Qinzong's teachings, Lin Wayne's evil vanquishing sword technique improved by leaps and bounds. Reality also proved that if one's talent was good, they also needed a good teacher. Chunzong was undoubtedly a good teacher. He guided and adjusted Lin Weiyin according to her own characteristics. This allowed her to improve at least 10 times faster than her own hard work. Next, she would have to focus on dealing with the demigod-level evil demons of the void. As for the demigod-level evil demons, they were just incidental. She could kill them along the way and earn some battle achievements. A large number of powerful demigod-level evil demons of the void entered the first layer from the second layer of Devil Prison. Although they were somewhat suppressed by the first layer of Devil Prison, their strength was still terrifying. The demigod-level evil demons of the first layer of Devil Prison couldn't be compared to them. Demigod level was a general term that could be divided into two major levels. For cultivators, the first layer of demigod level was the formation of the three flowers. The cultivators who entered the Devil Prison this time were all first-layer demigod-level evil demons of the first-layer Devil Prison were also first-layer demigod-level evil demons of the first layer of Devil Prison. First-layer demigod-level evil demons of the first layer could break through to the imminent spirit realm. However, the chances of failure were very high. Of course, if they could break through to the imminent spirit realm after reaching the second layer of demigod-level evil demons of the void, their chances would be much higher and their foundation would be more stable. Once the demigod-level evil demons of the void reached the second layer of Devil Prison, they would be suppressed by the first layer of Devil Prison and would be forced to enter the second layer of Devil Prison. For example, the first layer of Devil Prison was shallow water, suitable for small fishes to swim in. The second layer of Devil Prison was a deep lake, suitable for large fishes to live in. Lin Zhenglong and his brother's luck didn't seem to be very good. They encountered a second-layer demigod-level evil demon of the void that just came from the second layer of Devil Prison. Kill! Lin Zhenglong, who was filled with rage and killing intent, roared. He wanted to vent his anger on the demigod-level evil demon and torture it to death. A trace of mockery flashed in the demigod-level evil demon's gloomy eyes. They possessed intelligence, and it wasn't low either. Lin Zhengming also attacked. The two brothers joined forces to fight two against one. Their strength was tyrannical. The second and third layers of the Black Frost Sword technique were displayed one after another. A black tide swept out violently, and black sword chi swept out like a waterfall. But in the next moment, Lin Zhenglong and his brother were stunned. After their attacks hit the demigod-level evil demon, they couldn't break through the faint layer of light on the demigod-level evil demon's body. It was completely blocked. How is this possible? Die! The demigod-level evil demon let out an extremely evil voice. Its sharp claws tore through the air, leaving a few slender claw marks. Its power was incomparably condensed, and it carried an extreme killing intent as it charged towards Lin Zhenglong and his brother. The extremely terrifying killing intent, which was like the descent of darkness, suddenly rushed towards Lin Zhengming. Lin Zhengming's body trembled, and his limbs became numb and stiff. Even his soul seemed to have been frozen, making it difficult for him to move and think. Lin Zhenglong's expression changed greatly. He was stronger than Lin Zhenglong, so he could barely react and immediately shouted, "Use the demon slaughtering token!" At the same time, Lin Zhenglong activated the demon slaughtering token without hesitation. Lin Zhengming's reaction was a tad slower. The moment he activated the demon slaughtering token, he was swept by the claw marks. His chest was slashed open, and he was almost split into two. The extremely strong demigod-level evil force invaded Lin Zhengming's body, wantonly destroying it. Under the protection of the demon slaughtering token, the two brothers' figures faded, and they completely disappeared under the demigod-level evil demon's sharp claws. Roar! The furious demigod-level evil demon let out a furious roar. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying power erupted from its body. Like a mountain torrent, it poured out in all directions, shattering layer after layer. In the spacious main hall of the city lord's mansion in the second world-suppressing city, two figures appeared one after another. Zheng Ming, quickly take the evil-expelling pill. Lin Zhenglong quickly took out a pill and stuffed it into Lin Zhengming's mouth. However, the evil-expelling pill's effect was obviously not effective against the demigod-level evil demon. Just as Lin Zhenglong was at a loss for what to do, the old man from the city magistrate's mansion appeared out of thin air. His gaze swept over Lin Zhengming, and more accurately, the wound on his chest. This evil void energy. The old man made a grabbing motion, and the evil void energy that the evil-expelling pill couldn't do anything about left Lin Zhengming's body and fell into the old man's hand. The old man's face sank. It's actually a second-stage demigod rank evil void energy. Could it be that the void demon from the second devil prison has entered the first devil prison? The old man couldn't help but guess. His expression became more and more solemn. If that was true, it would be a disaster for the geniuses who entered the first layer devil prison. Perhaps this time's demon-slaying trial would end because of this. After all, being sent out of the devil prison under the protection of the Devil Slaughter Order was equivalent to giving up the trial and being eliminated. This was something that couldn't be helped. It seemed like he would have to use his backup plan to summon all the prodigies back as soon as possible. However, it would take some time. He could only hope that the Sky Prides would be able to hold on. After all, even a level 2 demigod rank void demon wouldn't be able to stay in the first layer of devil prison for too long. Lin Xiong and Lin Xiaofu formed a team and left quickly. They also killed some void demons, but unfortunately, they encountered a level 2 demigod rank void demon that came from the second layer of devil prison. Out of caution, they immediately used the power of the Devil Slaughter Order to leave. Seeing Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong appear one after another, Lin Zhenglong snorted coldly. Lin Wayne, this time, you won't be able to keep your position as the pavilion master. Lin Zhenglong sneered. Without the four of them, the Flying Snow Pavilion would lose 4 members. Moreover, they were considered to be eliminated. Their previous battle results wouldn't be counted. As such, the Flying Snow Pavilion wouldn't be able to get a good ranking. They might not even be able to maintain their previous ranking. If they couldn't maintain their ranking, the allocation of resource stars would be reduced. The family would definitely not let Lin Wayne off. At the very least, they would strip her of her position as the pavilion master. When that time came, he would be the one to replace her. Because among the younger generation of the Lin family, he was the only one who was qualified to be compared to Lin Wayne. Lin Wayne, you asked for all of this. Lin Zhenglong's eyes darkened. He had put in so much effort for her, but she had spoken ill of him many times because of an outsider, a country bumpkin. It was unforgivable. At that time, Lin Wayne would lose her position as the pavilion master and lose some support. He would then take the opportunity to attack and maybe take her down. Lin Zhenglong imagined the scene after he took Lin Wayne down. He couldn't help but feel elated. His slightly excited and twisted face made others feel weird and couldn't help but back away. In the first layer of Devil Prison, the people from the Mountain River Palace also encountered a demigod rank void demon from the second layer of Devil Prison. It wasn't just one, but a total of 4. Be careful. Chu Shanha wasn't an ordinary person. He could sense the difference at a glance. The 4 void demons gave him a feeling that they were very strong and dangerous. Hearing Chu Shanha's words, the other 11 people were stunned. Their expressions became even more serious. Kill. Chapter 1947. Today, we are still children. May we be as carefree and happy as children. Today, the 6th Tao of Samsara is happy, and I believe that everyone is happy as well. Because with the 6th Tao of Samsara burning again and again, and with everyone's support, our realm of ascension is like a green duckweed rising from nothing, turning something rotten into something miraculous. From an insignificant position, we are advancing triumphantly and courageously. Although there were many twists and turns in the process, in the end, we achieved our common goal and took 7th place on the monthly votes list. Our combined efforts blossomed with the light and heat that we deserved. Here, the six paths of samsara would like to make a 90-degree bow to thank everyone for their support. Looking back at May, it was a month of burning passion. It was a month of high morale and fighting spirit. Looking forward to June, it shouldn't be dull just like that. Last month, the dominator of the six realms told Lu Sa that it was too tiring for her to explode like this. She agreed that they should return to normal next month. But when he woke up this morning and saw that our spirit conduit was still in the top 10, Six Paths' heart was stirred up again. Last month, we worked so hard, fought so hard, and burned so much just to rush into the top 10. Just now, we only managed to stay in the top 10. Are we going to give up with such a result? No, the Six Paths does not want to give up and let our efforts go to waste. Therefore, the dominator of six realms has made a decision, and I hope that everyone will support it. If our book can remain in the top 10 of the monthly votes, the dominator of six realms will update 3 times a day instead of 2. Everyone, do you support this? Let the dominator of the six paths be thick-skinned this time. There are thousands of genuine fans who come and go to watch Tongshan. If everyone can fork out 10 renminbi to cast a monthly vote, we will only need 1,000 people to cast a monthly vote, and we will be able to secure a spot in the top 10. If he took out $100 to cast monthly votes, he would only need 100 people to get more than 2,000 monthly votes, and he would still be in the top 10. If there was a nouveau riche and a supreme martial artist, it would be even worse. On the other hand, the pirated version had 10 times more fans than the original version. There was power in numbers. We strongly appeal to all the brothers and friends who read pirated versions. If you like Divine Connection, please come to the net to register an account and recharge. Subscribe to our Divine Connection and vote monthly. Let our Divine Connection shine brightly. Does it cost a lot to subscribe to a book? It wasn't much at all. Smoking a cigarette cost 1 RMB, and one could read 30,000 words. Eating a boxed lunch cost 15 renminbi, and one could read 500,000 words. Drinking wine cost 100 renminbi, and one could read 2 to 3 million words. And for all of this, samsara would have to spend months or even a year sitting in front of the computer, thinking and writing. Of course, the six paths of samsara didn't say that everyone should stop smoking, eating, or drinking. Instead, he urged everyone to become his fans. That would be the greatest support for the six paths and also the greatest motivation for the six paths. Even if there was no reward, having a genuine subscription was a great affirmation of the samsara and ascension. The fire of fighting spirit is not willing to be extinguished just like that. Can you add more firewood to the six Tao and make the fire burn even more fiercely? 1,000 monthly votes were unbeatable. 100 monthly votes. 10 monthly votes wasn't strange at all. A monthly ticket was also love. Chapter 1948. First update, stabilizing the top 10. Among the 12 from Shanha Hall, Chu Shanha was the strongest. He had already condensed his 3 flowers to perfection and was at the peak of the first level. However, Chu Shanha was ambitious. He wanted to break through to the second level before reaching the imminent God realm. Reaching the imminent God realm at the second level had a higher potential and was stronger than those at the same level. Any talented and ambitious warrior would want to break through the spirit realm at the second level, as it meant a broader future. Although he didn't know how the levels of the spirit realm were divided, it shouldn't be that simple. There were also different levels. Who didn't want to stand at the top of the strong and dominate everything? The pinnacle of the first level made Chu Shanha's strength astonishing. But in fact, Chu Shanha felt that it was a pity because he had only condensed the flower of Qi to the top level. The flower of spirit and the flower of God were only at the top level. The gap between the top level and the top level wasn't small. With a palm strike, a mountain-like palm strike landed heavily on one of the space demons. That space demon didn't dodge and allowed the attack to land. With a loud bang, a layer of black light suddenly appeared on the space demon's body. It instantly trembled and broke apart. However, the power of the palm strike also dissipated in an instant. Chushana's expression changed. The second level. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the other 3 spatial demons. When they were attacked, a black halo appeared on their bodies and blocked the attack. This was the sign of a second-level demigod spatial demon. When it was attacked, its body would automatically form a black protective membrane to block the attack. Therefore, if he wanted to kill a second-level spatial demon, he had to break its protective black membrane first. Chushana didn't doubt that there would be second-level spatial demons in the first level of the Devil Prison. However, it was extremely rare. Now that he had encountered 4 of them, it was very strange. Chushana's thoughts turned quickly, and he thought of many things in an instant. The battle was extremely intense. The second-level spatial demons were obviously much stronger than the first level. After blocking everyone's attack, the spatial demon's counterattack arrived. Chushana immediately dodged. His footwork seemed simple, but it felt like it could contain mountains and rivers. It was extremely mysterious. It was the Chu family's brilliant lesser magic footwork, treading mountains and rivers. However, the others did not have such strength and could not dodge at all. They could only work together to resist. In a single exchange, other than Chushana, everyone else was forced back. Their chi and blood were shaken, and their power was in chaos. Damn it! Chushana's expression sank. He immediately took out a pill. The pill was completely transparent and contained a white water droplet. It gave off layers of white light and gave off a sacred aura. That aura seemed to be incompatible with the world, and it immediately caused the surrounding aura to fluctuate. Evil Warding Pill. This was a pill that the Chu clan had spent a lot of money to prepare for the demon-slaying trial. There was only one pill. In other words, Chushana was the only one in the entire Second World Suppression City who had an evil warding pellet. Originally, Chushana did not plan to use the evil-breaking pill so early. After all, there was only one pill. But now, the situation was critical, and he had no choice but to use it. He took out the evil warding pill and tossed it into his mouth. In an instant, a white halo spread out from Chushana's body and dyed his long hair. His black eyebrows and hair were covered with a layer of white halo, and he looked extremely sacred. The evil space demon opposite Chushana let out a furious scream. Obviously, it did not like Chushana's aura at all. This was the evil warding power. Another name for it was the holy power. It was a positive power that targeted all negative powers. It had a great effect on the evil space demon. After taking the evil breaking pill, Chushana pushed out his palm with all his strength. The palm print was like a mountain, and there was no way to dodge it. As soon as the black membrane appeared on the spatial fiend's body, it melted away like snow under the evil vanquishing force. This palm landed directly on the evil space demon's body. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Like oil being poured on fire, gray smoke rose from the evil void devil's body and soared into the sky, accompanied by the evil void devil's mournful and furious howls. It's effective. Chushana was overjoyed. He pushed out with both hands. His right hand pushed out with the force of a mountain, while his left hand swept out with the force of a river, controlling the mountains and rivers. The river flowed around the mountain, and the mountain guided the river. Mountains and rivers coexisted, and the momentum was majestic and shocking. This attack carried a strong, evil warding power and instantly landed on the evil space demon's body. The terrifying power broke the black membrane again. The evil space demon's strength was continuously melted, and it turned into gray smoke. 10 attacks. In just 10 attacks, Chushana had killed a second-level void fiend. If it was a first-level evil space demon, he would not need 10 attacks. One attack would be enough. Of course, this did not mean that the second-level evil space demon was 10 times stronger than the first-level evil space demon. Due to the difference in their levels, the second level of the Void Devils would have a protective black membrane around their bodies. Their Void Evil force would also be twice as strong, and at the same time, they would also be harder to kill. Chushana knew that he could kill the second-level evil space demon because of the evil warding pill. If it was not for the evil warding pill, he would not have been able to fight it, let alone kill it. The second one, the third one, the fourth one. 4 second-level evil space demons were killed by Chu Shanhe in a row. Chu Shanhe's strength was also depleted, but he still had about half of his evil warding power left. As for the people from Shanhe Hall, 2 of them were facing a life and death crisis. They had no choice but to activate the protective power of the Demon Slayer token and leave the Devil Prison. The remaining evil warding power should be enough for me to kill another 4 second-level evil space demons. If I use it well, I might be able to kill 5. Chu Shanhe thought to himself. He was more worried that the second-level evil space demons had entered the first level. This meant that the Shanhe Hall might encounter more second-level evil space demons. If this continued, they might be eliminated. There were people who used the power of the Demon Slayer token to leave and were eliminated. However, there were also some unlucky ones. Their strength was average among this batch of divine-level experts. When they faced the second-level evil space demons, they did not even have time to activate the protective power of the Demon Slayer token and were killed. Compared to the previous time, the danger this time was greater. Similarly, Chun Zong and Lin Weiyin also encountered a powerful evil space demon. Join hands. Strike. Lin Weiyin performed the freezing sky, flying snow sword to the extreme. The third level of the sword of avalanche slashed out. Layers of sword chi turned into rolling snow waves. It was as if a snowy mountain was collapsing in an instant. A series of roars shook the surroundings. The astonishing sword chi directly covered the front, as if it was going to destroy the evil space demon. This was the sword of avalanche that had reached the initial level. Every sword chi was more condensed. It was obvious that she had used the superb technique of sword silk. Chun Zong swung his long sword. The sword light blended into the snow waves and attacked the evil space demon. A black light flashed, and a protective black membrane appeared. It blocked the sword of avalanche and Chun Zong's sword of single-minded mind. That's the protective black membrane. Lin Weiyin was slightly stunned. Her expression changed, and she said in horror, "Brother Chun, leave quickly. This is the second-level evil space demon." The second level. Chun Zong was slightly stunned. Although he had killed more evil space demons than Lin Weiyin and the others, Chun Zong did not know as much about the evil space demons as they did. However, Chun Zong was very clear about the meaning of the second level. It was a level higher than his current level. However, could he not contend with it? Not necessarily. At least, after he had successfully condensed the flower of Qi, his strength had been improving every moment with the resonance of the 3 flowers. Now, the condensation of the flower of Qi had reached 30%. His strength would improve with every 10% increase. Therefore, Chun Zong was not sure how much strength he could achieve if he unleashed all of his strength. Anyway, the first-level evil space demons were no match for him. Although the 3 top-level flowers of Supreme Realm had not yet been fully condensed, the power they possessed was very shocking. The potential was even more terrifying. The Supreme Sword Will of the Heart Sword was much more advanced than the top-level flowers of Supreme Realm. Even if there was still a part of its potential that had not been unearthed, it was already very powerful. As he continued to fight and his opponents grew stronger, the single-hearted sword continued to be refined and optimized. The level of the Sword of Heart refinement was not inferior to the third-level avalanche of the sky, Frost Flying Snow Sword. In terms of classification, the single-hearted sword was now at the level of the lesser divine sword. The Sword of Heart and Single Mind was the first level, the Sword of 3 Hearts and 2 Minds was the second level, and the Sword of Heart Refinement was the third level. Sword Chi surged and condensed on the sword. Layers of sword waves vibrated and swept out in all directions. Condense. Extremely condensed. The sword light pierced through the air silently, as if it had merged into the void and attacked in an instant. The evil space demon was attacking Lin Weiyin. At the moment when Lin Weiyin was unable to defend herself, the silent sword light arrived and intercepted it, saving Lin Wayne. Wayne, stay on the side and support me. Chunzong's voice also reached Lin Wayne's ears. Lin Wayne quickly retreated and stood on the side. She held her sword with one hand and channeled her strength continuously. A shocking chill filled the air, and she was ready to strike at any time. Chunzong's body was light as a feather, as if he had lost all his weight. Faintly discernible, he seemed to be penetrating through layers of the void. He seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact, he was moving extremely quickly towards the evil space demon. This second-level evil space demon had 4 arms and 4 legs. Its body was extremely thick and was filled with shocking strength. With a stomp of its 4 legs, its huge body carried an extremely terrifying airflow. It was extremely violent and seemed to be able to destroy everything as it charged towards Chunzong. A violent roar was heard in the void. The air was like a tsunami that swept out crazily, rushing in all directions. The 4 arms of the evil space demon clenched into fists and attacked from 4 different directions. Every punch seemed to carry the might of a meteorite. It was extremely terrifying. Endless airflow fluctuated around the fists, turning into a frenzy that swept out. Chapter 1949. Second update for the new Alliance leader, Uncle Qianmo. There will be a 3rd update later. If he stays in the top 10, there will be a 4th update. Excitement. Excitement. It turned into a shuddering feeling. It was as if a bolt of lightning was swimming in his body, connecting him from top to bottom, bringing him even more power. The 4 arms of the demon of the void attacked from 4 different angles, completely blocking Chunzong's escape. He could only take the attacks head-on. However, the power of the demon of the void was extremely overbearing. The destructive power of the evil void was extremely shocking. If he was hit, Chunzong would probably explode on the spot. Lin Wayne's expression changed slightly. She tightened her grip on the sword, as if she was going to crush the hilt. However, she still did not make a move. She trusted Chunzong. Then, her eyes couldn't help but widen as if she had seen an unbelievable scene. Chunzong made the impossible possible. His body flashed in an instant, as if he was about to disappear. He avoided the first punch, but the second punch came at him in an instant. Chunzong's body shifted slightly. His long sword swept across the air, touching the side of the punch in an extremely ingenious way. The explosion of power and guidance caused Chunzong's speed to more than double. He shuttled through the blockade of the last 2 punches. It was as if he and the sword had become one. He was the sword, and the sword was the person. There was no distinction between them, and their souls were connected. The unity of man and sword was a state of swordsmanship. Chunzong had mastered it a long time ago. It did not seem to be a high state of swordsmanship, but it was actually very brilliant. The unity of man and sword was useful at all times. It was agile and sharp. The sword seemed to tear the void apart. Layers of fine ripple spread out. The sword seemed to go against the flow. The black membrane on the demon of the void flashed and blocked Chunzong's sword. However, the black membrane was directly penetrated in the next moment. This was the shocking power of the Tai Chu sword energy technique. Although the black membrane was strong, it could not withstand the sharpness of the Tai Chu sword energy technique. The sword tore through the black membrane and pierced straight into the body of the evil void demon. Sword chi instantly exploded inside the body of the evil void demon. It was like a seed sprouting at an extremely fast speed. However, Chunzong also noticed that the body of the second-level void demon was obviously stronger than that of the first-level void demon. The void demon's evil power was also stronger. The damage caused by his sword was obviously not as good as the damage caused by the first-level void demon. The sword chi quickly spread through the spatial evil devil's body, causing damage and angering it at the same time. He raised his 4 arms, and black light filled the air. In the next moment, the 4 arms turned into a storm and poured out, directly covering the front. It was like a raging wave that drowned Chunzong. Lin Wayne was getting more and more nervous. But in the blink of an eye, she felt that Chunzong had changed. He still looked like Chunzong, but his aura had changed. His sense of existence seemed to have become extremely strong, as if he had suddenly become the center of this world. That feeling was very strange. The realm of freedom. This realm highlighted one's self and allowed one to exert all of one's strength to the fullest. Even if one was injured, it would not affect the exertion of one's strength. Only when one's strength was exhausted would one be unable to maintain the realm of freedom. Chunzong was like a white dragon wandering in the midst of the raging waves. His body was agile and flexible, but he did not lose his domineering aura. No matter how big the waves were, they could not overturn him. Instead, they set off his vigorous and wonderful heroic figure. The condensation and improvement of the divine flower allowed Chunzong to fully exert the potential of the realm of freedom. His control of his own body had also reached a new height. His perception and control of his surroundings had also increased to another level. At this point, Chunzong finally attacked with all his strength. Dodge! No matter how this second-level Void Fiend attacked, Chunzong was still constantly dodging. The body of this Void Demon was huge, more than 10 meters tall. In front of it, Chunzong seemed very small, but he was more agile. Dodge! Counterattack! Even if it was superior to Chunzong in terms of absolute strength, this Void Demon still could not attack Chunzong. It could not do anything to Chunzong just by relying on the impact of the aftershock. This was because Chunzong had a heart-sealed treasure coat on him, which reduced the power by 70%. The remaining 30% could not affect Chunzong at all. Brother Chen's strength is actually so strong. Lin Wayne was indescribably shocked. Could it be that Brother Chun had reached the second level? Previously, he was just hiding his strength and only revealed it when he encountered the second-level Void Demon. The more Lin Wayne thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. She immediately shook her head. It was unlikely because if he was at the second level, he would also be suppressed by the first level of Devil's Prison. Then, he should be at the peak of the first level. He could only be so strong because of his superb swordsmanship. In addition, the suppression of the first level of Devil's Prison on the second-level Void Demon. After all, it was inconceivable that he could increase his strength by so much in such a short time. The second-level Void Demon is really strong. Chunzong was secretly surprised as he fought fiercely. If it was a first-level Void Demon, even if it was at the peak of the first level, it would have died under his sword. This second-level Void Demon in front of him had already been hit by his sword more than 10 times, but it still had a terrifying combat strength. If 10 times were not enough, then he would use dozens. If dozens were not enough, then he would use hundreds. Under the resonance of the 3 flowers of supreme state, not only did it continuously assist in the condensation of the flower of Qi, but it also formed a flawless cycle that seemed to be constantly circulating. It allowed Chunzong's strength to recover 10 times faster than before. A fast recovery speed meant that his combat strength would be able to last longer. Even if his absolute strength was not as good as his opponent, he could still wear his opponent to death with his majestic strength. Although Chunzong's evil vanquishing sword technique was not bad, it was still a far cry from the evil vanquishing pill. The evil vanquishing power contained in the evil vanquishing pill had a strong destructive power against the Void Demon and other negative forces. It was like a natural enemy of the Void Demon, and its origin was extremely shocking. Although the evil vanquishing sword technique was not bad, it was not profound enough when compared to the entire Void. However, the evil vanquishing sword technique was still very lethal against the Void Demon. This second-level Void Demon had been hit many times by the sword, and its strength had been rapidly depleted. Its aura had also begun to decline. Its figure was like a willow swaying in the wind, but also like the shadow of a bamboo. As it changed between illusion and reality, it felt unreal, as if it did not exist in this world. Raising the sword, with sincerity and righteousness, he raised the sword to the sky. His mind was condensed to the extreme, and the sword Qi returned to its original state. An extremely sharp aura permeated the air. The sharpness was as if all things had become one, as if all things had gathered. Mind, sword will, sword chi, essence, chi, and spirit. Everything had become one. Heart-refining sword technique. This sword technique had been improved by Chunzong and had reached a new height. It was not inferior to the third level of those top lesser super sword techniques. Moreover, this sword technique had been created by Chunzong himself. It was extremely compatible with him, and he could unleash 100% of its power. For example, although Lin Wayne had cultivated the third level of the Wind Tree flying snow sword technique to the lower tier, there was still a difference in the power that she could unleash under the same level of power as the creator of this sword technique. When it was hit by this sword, this void demon had already been hit dozens of times. Its strength was constantly being depleted, and it did not have much left. Then try this sword technique of mine. The silver light in Chunzong's eyes seemed to burn even more fiercely. The aura that he exuded also became more tyrannical and shocking. The sharpness spread in all directions, as if it could tear and penetrate everything. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, Lin Wayne could feel waves of extreme sharpness and coldness invading her. She felt as if she was being crushed. All creation, Chunzong shouted in a low voice. His strength exploded again, and as the three flowers of essence, chi, and spirit swayed together, as if they were being blown by a strong wind, and even more power spread out. Chunzong's figure stood in the void, as if it was embedded in the void, and became an extremely realistic picture scroll. In the next breath, an illusion appeared beside Chunzong, as if it had overlapped with Chunzong's real body. Heart-refining sword technique. The voice sounded from both the real body and the illusion at the same time, turning into overlapping voices that resounded in all directions. Slash of the sword. The real body and the illusion brandished their swords at the same time, and the two swords struck the body of the void demon. The sword chi once again exploded within the body of the void demon, and as they overlapped, the power that erupted was not as simple as 1 + 1, but more than one. Rip. The void demon was constantly being ripped apart, and it let out a mournful roar. It kept stimulating its own strength, but it was unable to recover. Countless cracks appeared under its huge body. In the next breath, it was like a broken statue, falling down continuously. A black aura also entered Chunzong's Demon Slayer token. Seeing the death of the second-level demigod void demon, Chunzong hurriedly exited the freedom state and found that his strength was almost depleted. Sure enough, the second-level void demon was extremely terrifying. Even with his current strength, he would have to use all his strength to defeat it. All creation. The heart-refining sword technique was the first step of Chunzong's integration of the mysteries of the three hearts, two minds sword technique into the heart-refining sword technique. The foundation of the single heart sword, which was comprehended from the One Heart Sutra, was actually the sword of single heart and mind. As for the three hearts, two mind sword technique, it was actually a kind of strengthening of the sword of single heart and mind. As for the heart-refining sword technique, it was based on the sword of single heart and mind. The mysteries of the three hearts, two mind sword technique lay in the use of the three hearts, two mind sword technique. In the end, although the three hearts, two mind sword technique was called a sword technique, it was actually a kind of superb application of technique. Previously, Chunzong had applied it to the sword of single heart and mind. Now he was applying it to the heart-refining sword technique. However, the difficulty of applying it to the sword of single heart and the heart-refining sword technique could not be mentioned in the same breath. The difference was more than 10 times. Of course, there was also a huge difference in power. With his current strength, he could only barely create an illusion and attack together with his real body. He quickly took out an elixir and circulated his cultivation method. As the heaven and earth above his chi sea revolved, the elixir was immediately crushed, and the energy within the elixir was absorbed, allowing his cultivation to recover faster. In the devil prison, danger lurked everywhere. It was necessary to maintain one's strength at its peak to be able to deal with any danger calmly. Brother Chun, Lin Weiyin was secretly excited and did not know what to say. Originally, a wind cloud warrior, Zhao Fengyun, had betrayed the flying snow pavilion and joined the mountain river palace. She did not expect the newly joined Chunzong to be so powerful. Chapter 1950. 6 Dao, continue to work hard. There will be a 4th update tonight. Stabilize our monthly votes and strive for a higher peak. All creation, sword of heart refinement. Under Chunzong's heart sword intent, the second level fiend died under Chunzong's sword. Chunzong couldn't help but exhale a breath. All creation, the power of sword of heart refinement was indeed much stronger than sword of heart refinement. However, the energy consumption was also a few times higher. With his current strength, he could only use it twice in a row. Therefore, this sword would be his new trump card. Brother Chun, I'm worried that the void demon from the 2nd level has entered the 1st level. Lin Weiyin frowned slightly. Chunzong's understanding of the 3rd level devil prison was still inferior to Lin Weiyin. However, he knew that the demigod void demon from the 2nd level was at least at the 2nd level and possessed astonishing strength. If the void demon from the 2nd level really entered the 1st level devil prison, the danger level would increase by more than 10 times. This also meant that the void demon had launched a counterattack. He reckoned that many people had already been eliminated. He didn't know if anyone had been killed or not. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong wasn't too worried. He would fight with all his might. If he couldn't win, he would use the power of the demon-slaying order to leave this place. Even if he was eliminated, there was nothing he could do. He would do his best, but he had to have a clear conscience. Unknowingly, Chunzong had a flash of understanding in his heart. His mind became clearer. A large group of void demons flew over from afar. It was a black mass, like a dark cloud pressing down. It was as if they wanted to destroy the city. They carried the shocking aura of the 1st layer of Devil Prison and were extremely terrifying. However, almost all of them were demigod void demons. Void demons were born in the depths of the void cracks. They were the amalgamation of all negative energy. The Devil Prison created by the powerful cultivators to guard the depths of the void cracks was, in fact, one with the cracks. Therefore, the void demons were born in the Devil Prison. Once they were born, the void demons could rapidly absorb the dark and evil aura of the Devil Prison and rapidly improve. They would only leave the nest when they reached the demigod realm. In the 1st layer of the Devil Prison, only demigod-level void devils possessed a certain amount of battle power and were considered adults. Chunzong and Lin Weiyin's eyes turned sharp when they saw the hundreds of demigod-level fiends. Kill. He had to try his best to kill the void demons and weaken their overall strength. Otherwise, if the void demons were allowed to break through the seal of the triple demonic prison, they would break through sooner or later. At that time, if they broke through the seal of the 2nd city of world suppression, it would bring another disaster to the void. Once a demigod realm void demon entered the void, it would destroy everything like a swarm of locusts. One could imagine how terrifying that scene would be. Sort of avalanche. In the blink of an eye, Lin Weiyin attacked with all her might. She blasted out with her sword, and the sword light surged with layers of sword chi. It was as if a huge snowy mountain had collapsed, and an incomparably shocking power erupted. Chunzong struck with his sword, but did not have Lin Weiyin's mighty momentum. Instead, it had a sharpness that pierced straight into one's heart. Sword of heart refinement. Die, die, die. Like dumplings being dropped into a pot, many demigod-level fiends were exhausted in an instant. Their vitality was wiped out, and they fell one after another. Not long after, all of them were killed by Chunzong and Lin Weiyin, including the demigod-level fiends. Every time they attacked, and every time they fought, the higher the frequency of the resonance of the 3 flowers, the faster the condensing speed of the flower of Qi would be. However, when the battle stopped, The condensing speed of the flower of qi would also slow down. However, it did not stop there. Instead, it grew stronger with every passing moment. 30%. Now, the condensing level of the flower of qi had reached 30%, and it was constantly moving towards 40%. If it reached 40%, Chunzong's combat strength would increase by a little. Chunzong and Lin Weiyin worked together. Without the covetous eyes of Lin Zhenglong and his brother, they felt a lot better. Their attacks also seemed to be smoother. Lin Weiyin felt very happy. Her state of mind was broadened, and when she attacked, she could comprehend more mysteries. Her initial success in Avalanche was constantly being consolidated. In the distance, a few figures flew over at an alarming speed. Chunzong and Lin Weiyin's pupils contracted. Weiyin, where are the others from the flying snow pavilion? When Chu Shana saw Lin Weiyin and Chunzong, a ferocious chill shot out from his eyes. He immediately thought of the humiliation he suffered in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. It was unforgettable, and his killing intent was boiling. If looks could kill, Chunzong would have been dismembered by now. Chu Shana's eyes were abnormally terrifying, but Chunzong looked back at him fearlessly. Now, there were only 8 people left out of the 12 from the Shana Hall. They quickly spread out and immediately surrounded Chunzong and Lin Weiyin. It's none of your business. Seeing Chu Shanha, Lin Weiyin's smiling face suddenly turned cold and disgusted. In the past, although Chu Shanha had pestered her many times, Lin Weiyin only disliked him. She did not feel disgusted. After all, Chu Shanha at least acted like a gentleman. Now, he seemed to have exposed his true nature. Indeed, in the Second World Suppression City, there was no one of his peers who could threaten him. But now, Chunzong suddenly appeared. Not to mention his strength, he was so close to Lin Weiyin. This made Chu Shanha very unhappy. That was not all. But Lin Weiyin, who was harsh to her peers, favored this country bumpkin. This directly triggered the anger and dissatisfaction in the depths of Chu Shanha's heart. Some people, when their interests were not infringed, would be humble and courteous, like a gentleman. But once their interests were infringed, they would immediately turn into a demon. Chu Shanha was such a person. In his heart, he had long regarded Lin Weiyin as his personal possession. However, Lin Weiyin did not care about him at all. She even insulted him because of a country bumpkin. Killing intent. Killing intent. This was not only anger towards Lin Weiyin, but also killing intent towards Chunzong. Now, he had met him. Although the other party also had the Demon Slayer token and could activate its protective power at any time, making it difficult to kill, he still had to eliminate him to relieve some of the hatred in his heart. Seems like you've been eliminated. Chu Shanha smiled slightly. That smile was not as gentle as before, only a little fierce and ferocious. Now, I'll kindly send you back. I'll give you a piece of advice. If you turn around and leave immediately, I won't pursue the matter. Chunzong said unhurriedly. This was kind advice. It was really a kind advice, but it attracted a lot of ridicule. I'll also give you a kind advice. Activate the power of the Demon Slayer, token yourself. Otherwise, it'll be very ugly. The Fengyun warrior, Zhao Fengyun, said to Chunzong with a grass root in his mouth. Then, you'll be the first. Chunzong's sharp eyes fell on Zhao Fengyun's face. The extreme sharpness and coldness in the depths of his heart made Zhao Fengyun tremble. He felt as if his heart had been pierced. A chill swept out from the depths of his body, and a chill ran down his spine to his brain. His unconscious reaction made Zhao Fengyun furious. He could not accept that he had lost his composure because of a look from the other party. Anger. Zhao Fengyun's figure moved. It was as if a gust of wind swept over and surrounded his body. His legs were like rolling clouds and mist. His speed was raised to the extreme in an instant. Like the surging of the wind and clouds, he carried the power of the wind and swept across the sky in an instant and blasted towards Chunzong. Minor supernatural power. Cloud-shaking wind kick. Third level. Vast wind and clouds. Zhao Fengyun attacked with all his strength. Under the vast wind and clouds, his legs rolled up an extremely fierce storm that swept over in an instant. The clouds and mist rolled and spread in all directions, shrouding the surroundings. It felt as if Zhao Fengyun's legs could sweep and destroy everything. Even a huge mountain would be destroyed by his legs. Zhao Fengyun was known as the Wind and Cloud Warrior. His speed was amazing. Once he launched an attack, his legs were like the surging of the wind and clouds. Not only was his speed amazing, but his power was also terrifying. He was extremely good at consecutive attacks. If one fell into his attack, unless one's strength was much stronger than his, one could only passively defend and then be defeated. Chunzong saw through the mystery of Zhao Fengyun's minor supernatural leg technique at a glance. His figure changed several times as if he was about to be hit, but he dodged at the critical moment. But Zhao Fengyun was not worried, because his attack would become stronger and stronger until his strength was exhausted. In a situation where the difference in strength was not big, if one could not interrupt his attack at the beginning, in the end, the power would surge, and there would be no way to resist. Since Zhao Fengyun attacked, the others did not attack Chunzong. They did not know how strong Chunzong really was. Although his ranking on the divine list was higher than Zhao Fengyun's and heavy sword maniacs, it was just a battle after all. Even if Zhao Fengyun could not defeat him, he could still hold on for a while. After dodging a few times, Chunzong saw more of the mystery of Zhao Fengyun's leg technique. Then, he unsheathed his long sword. The sword light seemed to have never appeared, and was even more silent. The astonishing storm of clouds and mist brought about by Zhao Fengyun's legs paused for a moment, and then collapsed towards the center, as if an invisible black hole had swallowed it all. Zhao Fengyun flew backward in an instant. His trousers seemed to have been cut by an invisible sharp blade, and they were instantly shredded into pieces. The metal leg guard on his calf flashed rapidly, blocking the attack of the sword chi. If it were not for the leg guard, Zhao Fengyun's legs would have been crippled. Attack! Heavy sword maniac's expression changed. He felt that Chunzong's strength seemed to be stronger than when he fought with him. The 7 people from the Shana Hall attacked one after another, and they immediately unleashed their killing moves toward Chunzong. Lin Weiyin's expression changed, and she immediately attacked with her sword. Avalanche of the sword. The sword light was vast and mighty, and it was as if a huge snowy mountain had collapsed. In an instant, it exploded with an incomparably shocking power, and it surged forward with endless and unparalleled power. Wayne, your opponent is me. Shu Shana's expression changed slightly, and he felt that Lin Weiyin's strength seemed to have become stronger. He immediately spoke, and at the same time, he attacked with a palm that seemed to have condensed the strength of a mountain. Useless chicken and pottery dog. Chunzong smiled slightly. Even though he was facing the joint attack of 7 experts, he was not afraid. His figure flashed, and it was as if he was shuttling between existence and nothingness, avoiding the attacks of the 7 experts. The ground in that area was bombarded by the tyrannical attacks, and it was shattered. It was like a plow sweeping through a hole, and it turned into ruins. However, Chunzong dodged all of them, and his figure appeared in front of Zhao Fengyun. Chapter 1951. Today's 4th update. The 3rd update is to maintain the top 10. The first update is for the new League Master, Uncle Qianmo. Let's continue to be in the top 10 tomorrow and continue to strive for better results. Also, in the group chat, Little 5, who never grows up, said that if he showed his face here, he would be as happy as a 300-pound child. After a second of consideration, the samsara decided to fulfill his wish. The dark airflow twisted and changed, filling the sky. The pitch-black land was vast and boundless. A few figures flew in all directions, bombarding the area with energy as if they were going to destroy everything. Chunzong seemed to be floating in the air, avoiding the powerful attacks. In a flash, he appeared in front of Zhao Fengyun. I told you you're the first. Chunzong smiled at Zhao Fengyun. His smile was so sharp that it made Zhao Fengyan feel like he was being torn apart. A chill suddenly emerged from the deepest part of his body and engulfed everything. As Chenzong's voice sounded, his sword slashed out. A flash of light appeared on Zhao Fengyan's body. The light blocked Chenzong's sword, preventing him from being cut in half by Chenzong's sword. Although Chenzong did not use his full strength, he did not intend to show mercy. A two-faced person like him deserved to die. However, as a master on the demigod ranking, Zhao Fengyan should have some trump cards to protect himself. It was normal. Chenzong did not expect to kill him directly. In the next moment, Zhao Fengyan activated the protective power of the Demon Slayer Order. If he did not do so, Chenzong would kill him with another strike. Disappear. Under the protection of the Demon Slayer Order, Zhao Fengyan disappeared from Chenzong's sight. It would be good if he could kill Zhao Fengyan. Even if he could not, he had to eliminate him. Now that Zhao Fengyan was eliminated, the strength of the Hall of Mountain and River was weakened. It also reduced the final score of the Hall of Mountain and River. However, this was only the beginning. Eliminate. Chenzong wanted to eliminate everyone, including Chu Shanhe. Sword of one heart and one mind. In an instant, the heavy sword-mad demon waved his sword again and again, but he was still repelled. He only felt that Chenzong's sword chi was sharper and more terrible than before, and his swordsmanship seemed to be more profound. It was simply impossible to resist. With the 7 of them joining forces, Zhao Fengyan was eliminated, and the remaining 6 were unable to gain the upper hand. After all, most of them were ranked on the demigod list. Even though they had joined forces, they still couldn't do anything to Chenzong. It was truly terrifying. On the other side, the situation was the opposite. Lin Wayne gave it her all, but she was no match for Chu Shanhe and was suppressed by him. Wayne, I'm giving you one last chance. After Chu Shanhe dispersed Lin Wayne's sword light with his palm, he said in a serious tone, "As long as you are willing to give yourself to me, I will let bygones be bygones. Chu Shanhe, someone like you is not worthy of me." Lin Wayne's voice was cold. "I'm not worthy of you. I, Chu Shanhe, am a Mountain River Hall Lord and the young master of the Chu clan. The Chu clan is the strongest force in the Second World Suppression City. In the future, I will be the clan master of the Chu clan. If I am not worthy of you, who else is?" Hearing this, Chu Shanhe was so angry that he laughed. His eyes turned red again. Could it be that country bumpkin from some remote star? Seems like I am blind. I didn't expect Lin Wayne to be such a shallow person. Chu Shanhe seemed to have vented his anger as he scolded her again. "Other than your family background, what else do you have that can be compared to Brother Chen?" Lin Wayne retorted coldly, which almost made Chu Shanhe vomit blood. Originally, he was only suppressing Lin Wayne, showing mercy. But now he finally gave up. Who was Chu Shanhe? He was the Mountain River Hall Lord, the young master of the Chu clan, and the future leader of the Chu clan. His talent was extraordinary, and he was now ranked in the top 200 of the divine list. He had a high chance of entering the top 100 in the future. Regardless of identity or status, he was second to none among the younger generation in the Second World Suppression City. He was so outstanding, but Lin Wayne did not care about him at all. She even humiliated him many times because of a country bumpkin. It was unforgivable. Previously, he still had a glimmer of hope for Lin Wayne. Or rather, he coveted her. But now his hope was shattered. After his hope was shattered, it turned into despair. Despair gave birth to anger and killing intent. The palm print was as majestic and powerful as a mountain. It carried Chu Shanhe's full power as it blasted out, suppressing the surroundings and oppressing the void. It pressed down from all directions, causing Lin Wayne's body to feel heavy. In terms of cultivation, Lin Wayne was still inferior to Chu Shanhe. In terms of martial arts, she was also slightly inferior. If it wasn't for Chenzong improving her swordsmanship foundation and teaching her the superb technique of sword silk, she would have been defeated long ago. How could she have held on until now? Now, Brother Chun was surrounded by the others from the Mountain River Hall. He didn't seem to be suppressed at all. Instead, he seemed to have the upper hand. So, she couldn't fall too far behind. No matter what, she had to resist Chu Shanha. She even had to entangle him so that he couldn't deal with Brother Chun. She gritted her teeth and resisted the pressure of Chu Shanha's palm print. She slashed out with her sword. The sword light was violent and turned into waves of snow. It was vast and mighty. It kept rushing out, but it was constantly defeated. Defeated. Condense. Attack. Under extreme faith, Lin Wayne's potential in swordsmanship was stimulated bit by bit. The power of the avalanche sword increased bit by bit. Chu Shanha could clearly feel that Lin Wayne was getting stronger bit by bit. Lin Wayne, you asked for it. Chu Shanha's expression was ruthless as he struck out with both hands. One palm was like a mountain, the other like a river. The mountain was majestic, the river was majestic. Master of mountains and rivers. The mountain and river revolved around each other as they blasted out with a suppressive force. In an instant, they were surrounded by mountains and river. Endless pressure poured out from all directions and rushed towards Lin Wayne. This was Chu Shanha's ultimate move. This move meant that Chu Shanha didn't hold back at all. He wanted to kill Lin Wayne. Unless Lin Wayne activated the protective power of the Demon Slayer token, she would be eliminated. Lin Wayne's expression changed greatly. She didn't have any intention of activating the Demon Slayer token. Instead, she kept stirring up her own strength. A chill descended from the sky and filled the surroundings. In an instant, Lin Wayne's long black hair danced wildly in the wind. A snow-white spot bloomed in Lin Wayne's eyes. In an instant, it spread out from the bottom of her eyes. It quickly turned her black hair into a frosty white color and filled the air with a shocking chill. Frost spread out from her body and feet, turning the surroundings into a world of ice and snow. Miner's super-secret skill, Realm of Ice and Snow. As the pavilion master of the flying snow pavilion of the Lin clan, Lin Wayne naturally had to pass on this minor divine secret skill. However, as secret skills were more profound than martial arts, Lin Wayne had only cultivated to the first level and had yet to reach the second level. Even though it was only the first level, it could increase Lin Wayne's strength by 30% once it was activated. Of course, such a secret skill couldn't be used easily. After all, she wasn't in the imminent god realm, and there would be side effects. However, she had no choice but to use it now. On the flying snow sword, frost spread out and froze the surroundings. White frost filled the air as if frost and snow were descending. Avalanche! As the sword struck out, a rumble rumbled and shook the heavens and the earth. The frost and snow turned into a huge wave. The sword light was endless like a wave or a landslide. This kind of power was several times more tyrannical than before. However, with that amount of power, it was still insufficient. It was unable to withstand Chu Shanha's mountain river domination. The might of that attack was as tyrannical as a mountain. It was capable of crushing everything in its path. Furthermore, it was surrounded by flowing water that was unceasingly weakening its opponent's strength. Weakening the opponent and then attacking forcefully. Under the combination of the two, it was even more terrifying. The sword light was shattered and the ice and snow collapsed. Lin Wayne was about to be suppressed. In the face of danger, Lin Wayne burned her essence, chi, and spirit, forcefully activating the second level of the Frost Realm. A layer of frost spread out from her body, quickly spreading out as if everything was frozen. The power was increased by 60%. Lin Wayne's face was glowing white. Avalanche! She struck out again. This time, the power was increased again. This time, it blocked Chu Shanha's master of mountains and rivers. However, Lin Wayne's body shook as if the power was rebounded. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, matching with the white frost. It was a shocking sight. Lin Wayne, you forcefully activated the second level of the Frost Realm. You must be feeling terrible. Chu Shanha smiled coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes didn't diminish. Since she couldn't become one of his people, then she would become one of his ghosts. Master of mountains and rivers. Chu Shanha struck again. He didn't need to use the secret technique, because he was clear that forcefully activating the second level of the Frost Realm before reaching the Spirit Realm would take a huge toll on him. He wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. Lin Wayne didn't say anything. Her expression was getting colder. She forcefully activated her power again, activating the Sword of Avalanche to resist Chu Shana's master of mountains and rivers. Blood spurted out again, splattering on the frosty white ground. It was a shocking sight. Take another blow from me. Chu Shana's expression was getting colder as he activated the master of mountains and rivers again. Lin Wayne forcefully activated her power again. However, she couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood as soon as the sword was released. Her aura collapsed, and the sword she wielded also dissipated like a tiger's head but a snake's tail. Lin Wayne didn't activate the protective power of the Demon Slayer token, even though the surrounding mountains and rivers were coming at her from all directions. In the face of danger, a sword light pierced through the air silently. The surrounding mountains and rivers were as sturdy as an iron bucket, but they couldn't stop the sword. Chunzong's figure flashed and rushed out of the encirclement of the remaining three people. He appeared beside Lin Wayne and swung his sword again, attacking Chu Shanha. "Wayne, you go back first." Chunzong's voice also came into Lin Wayne's ears. Lin Wayne opened her mouth to refuse. She wanted to stay and fight hand in hand with Chunzong, advancing and retreating together. "These people are no match for me." Chunzong's voice came into Lin Wayne's ears again. His tone was indifferent, but it revealed an invincible sharpness and conviction. It was as if the people under his sword were a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. In addition, I will do my best to help the Flying Snow Pavilion maintain its ranking. Thank you, Brother Chun. As for the Flying Snow Pavilion's ranking, it doesn't matter. Brother Chun, you must be careful. Lin Wayne thought about it and understood. Now that she was suffering from the backlash of the secret technique, she couldn't even unleash half of her strength. If she continued to stay, she would only be a burden to Chunzong, preventing him from fully displaying his strength. Chunzong, on the other hand, had personally slain a second-level evil demon of the void. He was definitely very strong. Chapter 1952. If nothing unexpected happens today, it should be the third update as well. If there is a new Alliance Master, I will add another update for the new Alliance Master. Then, the first update will be presented to you. Everyone, do you still have any monthly votes? Our channeling god is still a 600-pound child waiting to be fed. He needs more monthly votes for food. Lin Wayne activated the protective power of the Demon Slayer token. A trace of concern that Chunzong did not notice appeared in her eyes. It quickly faded and disappeared. Although Lin Wayne had used the power of the Demon Slayer token to leave, which meant that she was eliminated, Chu Shanha was not happy. Instead, he was angry. Lin Wayne was not forced to leave by him. She left because she listened to that little country bumpkin. He was unhappy. When he was unhappy, he was angry. His anger was soaring. Master of mountains and rivers. He was merciless. His anger and murderous intent poured out. The remaining three people also rushed over. In a short period of time, the 7 of them joined forces to attack, but 4 of them were eliminated by Chunzong. This made them extremely frightened. But now that they had joined forces with Chu Shanha, there was no doubt about his strength. Chu Shanha was indeed very strong. Chunzong had to admit that. But he was stronger. He had to get rid of these 3 people first before dealing with Chu Shanha. The sword light flashed, and the golden light flashed. 16 rays of golden sword light flashed with extremely dazzling brilliance, illuminating all directions. They carried an extremely shocking sharpness and pierced through everything. The second move of the brilliant gold star penetrating sword, dazzling. Although this lesser divine sword was not as smooth as the single-hearted sword to a certain extent, it was still very powerful. 16 rays of sword light shot in all directions toward the 3 people. Chunzong immediately drew his sword and attacked Chu Shanha. The battle was intense. Chushana's strength had reached the peak of the first level. With the support of the lesser divine weapon, the hand of mountains and rivers, as well as various other techniques, he was very strong. Qinzong could not defeat him in a short period of time. The sword light covered the sky and sputtered in all directions like a true sun explosion. Qinzong's figure was constantly changing. He appeared in front of one of the people. The moment he flew past, he swung his sword. The sword energy condensed within the sword body, reaching its peak. That person was extremely shocked. His life-saving trump card automatically activated and turned into a light screen, blocking Qinzong's sword. However, the light screen was torn apart in an instant. The power of the Demon Slayer token was activated. At the same time, the sword light flashed and cut off an arm. He didn't die, but he managed to escape with a severed arm. There are even more treasures in the void. It was possible for a severed arm to regrow. However, it was still not a pleasant feeling to have a severed arm. Qinzong's goal was to force him back and eliminate him. Next, Qinzong's speed was extremely fast. Without stopping, he swung his sword a second time. With his full strength, the speed of his sword became even more astonishing. Not long after, the remaining two people from the Mountain River Hall were forced to retreat by Qinzong. They had no choice but to use the power of the Demon Slaughter token to leave, or else they would die. Thus, of the 12 people from the Mountain River Hall, only Chu Shanhe was left. Although Chu Shanhe was the one who killed the most void demons this time, the other 11 people's battle records were also quite good. Now, they were all eliminated. With his battle record alone, he probably didn't have much confidence in getting first place again. If he couldn't get first place, then there would be an accident in the allocation of resource stars. It was all because of this person, this country bumpkin. Chu Shanhe's eyes were completely red. Lesser Divine Ability Secret Technique. Mountain River Seal. In the roar, an extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from Chu Shanhe's body. It rushed in all directions, and the illusory image of the mountains and rivers became more and more solid. Towering mountains and surging rivers appeared around Chu Shanhe, as if they were about to condense into something tangible. An astonishing pressure also spread out, suppressing everything in the surroundings. The void was calm. This calmness immediately made Qinzong feel the pressure. After all, Chu Shanhe had condensed all 3 flowers to the level of perfection. The will of mountains and rivers that he had mastered had also reached the top level of 90%. Combined with the Chu family's martial arts of mountains and rivers, the power that erupted was beyond the limit and was even more shocking. Chu Shanhe's strength was all-around strength, while Qinzong's strength was in attack. After all, in terms of cultivation level, Qinzong had condensed all 3 flowers, but he hadn't condensed them to the level of perfection. There was still a big gap between them. However, because Qinzong's 3 flowers were all at the top level, their power was astonishing. Under the resonance, the power that could be exerted was also beyond the limit. Moreover, the will of the way was the supreme sword will. Its power was extremely terrifying. All of this resulted in Qinzong's unparalleled offensive power, which could be said to be unparalleled. Master of mountains and rivers, Chu Shanhe used his secret technique and stretched out both hands. One hand was like a mountain, and the other was like a torrent. The mountain was majestic, and the torrent was mighty. The mountains and rivers between his fingers and palms crashed down from the sky. The torrent was heavy and could continuously weaken Qinzong's power and affect his balance. The mountain was majestic and heavy. It could impact and suppress Qinzong, limiting his power. Moreover, it carried an extremely terrifying power that could destroy everything. The mountain and torrent overlapped and merged. Layers of mysteries were contained in it, creating a terrifying and peerless power. If Chu Shanhe had used this attack before, even if Lin Wayne forcibly activated the 2nd level of the Frost Realm, she wouldn't be able to resist it at all. She would be instantly defeated and severely injured. The difference was too great. Qinzong also felt an astonishing pressure from all directions. It was as if the surrounding void had been completely sealed, making it difficult for him to move. He could only take this attack head-on. Even if Chunzong wanted to use a movement technique, he couldn't do it. This move was almost perfect, and its power was extremely strong. It was much stronger than the heavenly god gongs. Of course, his current strength was also much stronger than when he fought the heavenly god gong. Of course, Chu Shana's martial arts were powerful and wondrous. If he couldn't avoid it, then he wouldn't. Attacking was his strongest move. Raising the sword to the eyebrows, the heart is sincere. Heart refinement. Sword slash. This sword carried an extremely strong power. It was condensed in an extremely ingenious way. It erupted with power that exceeded the limit and slashed out. The moment the sword slashed out, a crack was immediately torn in the almost solid mountain and river illusion. The sword light was almost undetectable, and it directly hit Chu Shanha. Chunzong's figure moved, and he also rushed out of the crack. After the heart refinement as one sword, he attacked with his sword. Close combat was his strongest move. Chu Shanha resisted Chunzong's heart refinement, but he couldn't avoid Chunzong's close combat. As soon as he got close, Chu Shanha's expression changed drastically. He only felt that there were endless sword lights in front of him. They were like mountains and torrents, endless and endless. The sword lights changed as Chu Shanha wished. They were both real and fake. If you thought they were fake, they would become real and injure you. If you thought they were real and tried your best to dodge or defend, they would become fake again, making your efforts useless. Real and fake, fake and real, they were constantly changing. They existed in one's heart. They existed in Chunzong's heart, not Chu Shanha's heart. Therefore, Chu Shanha felt like he was running for his life. Chu Shanha concentrated all of his spirit and mind, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. His purpose was to sense Chunzong's sword light and then defend or dodge it. As for counterattacking, Chu Shanha had already given up. He couldn't find a chance to counterattack. He didn't expect this country bumpkin's close combat sword skills to be so unfathomable and terrifying. Carefree. When Chunzong fought with Lin Wayne, he actually held back, especially when he comprehended a bit of the sword principle realm above the palm sword essence. His swordsmanship improved by leaps and bounds. Chunzong didn't know what kind of realm it was, so he called it the 6th level of the sword principle realm because the palm sword essence was the 5th level. Just a bit of the 6th level of the sword principle realm made him feel like he was in control of everything. It was beyond the past. Even the self-freedom realm couldn't compare. Under such a high realm, the potential of the heart's sword essence was constantly stimulated and exerted more thoroughly. Under the sword, everything was under his control. This was the high realm and also the suppression of the realm. Unless Chu Shanha also comprehended a bit of the 6th level of the sword principle realm or mastered a power many times stronger than Chunzong's, he couldn't compete with Chunzong in close combat. He was able to fight Chunzong because they weren't in close combat. The 6th level of the sword principle realm didn't increase Chunzong's strength. Of course, this was also because Chunzong hadn't really mastered the 6th level of the sword principle realm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chu Shanha's body was hit by the sword from time to time, but there was a flash of light every time. This was the life-saving secret treasure given by the Chu family, which could resist external attacks. Chunzong had the Heart Seal treasure code, so it was normal for Chu Shanha, the young master of the Chu family, to have a powerful secret treasure to protect himself. However, although the secret treasure was very strong, it could only block for a moment. Not long after, Chu Shanha's body was cut by the sword Qi, and he was bleeding profusely. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Chu Shanha was shocked and angry, but also terrified. If he didn't fight Chunzong in close combat, he could still fight for a while. However, once he got close, he was really suppressed. Chu Shanha didn't know this because he didn't have time to think about it. Shocked and angry. He was so shocked and angry that he could only continue to urge his strength to erupt and transform the illusory mountains and rivers to suppress Chunzong. However, he couldn't do anything to him. Even if it was just a bit of the 6th level of the sword principle realm, he could control everything with his sword. The suppressing power of the illusory mountains and rivers had no effect on Chunzong at all. On the contrary, Chu Shanha felt that he was suppressed everywhere, and his hands and feet were tied. He was injured. He kept getting injured. If it weren't for the secret treasure on him that automatically defended him, he would have been killed. He attacked with his sword and offset the protective power of the secret method. The aftershock of the sword chi tore Chu Shanha's body apart again. It was only a minor injury, but it made Chu Shanha feel very uncomfortable. Although this secret treasure was good, it could defend against tyrannical attacks. Even if it was a second-layered demigod rank attack, it could only be activated for a short moment. Chunzong's sword was too terrifying. Such superb skills were not something a second-layered demigod rank attack could compare to. Country Bumpkin, Chu Shanha, will remember you. Chu Shanha activated the power of another secret treasure. Chunzong's sword slashed through, but it only cut through the illusory figure. As for Chu Shanha's real body, he was nowhere to be found. What a clever move. Chunzong's sharp eyes swept across, but he didn't find any trace of Chu Shanha. He couldn't help but think to himself, Chapter 1953. I'm so hungry. I need a lot of monthly tickets. Above the first layer of the demonic prison, a figure instantly materialized. His robe was tattered and stained with blood. His hair was messy and his face was pale. He looked very miserable. Damn Country Bumpkin, Chu Shanha, will never let you go. Chu Shanha's eyes were red, and his face was filled with rage and killing intent. He gritted his teeth. When he thought of Chunzong, he could not wait to tear him apart. Chunzong actually made him so miserable that he had to use an extremely valuable one-time use secret treasure, 1,000 Miles Instant. Fortunately, he had the 1,000ly instant. That was why he was able to escape from Chunzong's sword in an instant and appear 1,000 li away without being pursued. Otherwise, he would probably only be able to activate the protective power of the Demon Slayer Order. Then, he would leave and be eliminated. At that time, the Mountain River Hall would not be able to get any ranking. Not only would it be difficult for them to be allocated any good resource stars, they would also become a laughingstock. Even a family would question his ability. He took out an elixir and consumed it. He circulated his cultivation method and quickly recovered his energy to make up for the burden caused by using the secret technique. As for Chunzong, he would slowly think of a way to deal with him after leaving this place. He could not let him go. He had to kill him to vent his hatred. No, before killing him, he had to torture him severely. After he recovered his energy, Chu Shanha's expression returned to normal. He moved and left again. He had to kill more demonic space beasts to have a chance of keeping the Mountain River Hall's ranking. After all, Chunzong was so strong that he could definitely kill many demonic space beasts. Moreover, he was in cahoots with the Flying Snow Pavilion. There were 2 ways to get a high ranking. The first way was to kill more demonic space beasts. However, it was hard to say how many demonic space beasts he had to kill to get a high ranking, because there was no comparison. Perhaps he could kill a lot of demonic space beasts, but so could others. In the end, he would have to make a comparison and come to a conclusion. This method was full of uncertainty. The second method was to eliminate the other teams that wanted to participate in the ranking. Naturally, no matter how little one's team achieved, they would still be able to obtain a high ranking. However, the second method was not easy to use. At least, Chunzong would not do it if no one provoked him. It was not in line with his sword principle. In that case, it was time to kill even more of them. Now that a suspected second-level Void Devil had entered the first-level Devil Prison, the danger level of the first-level Devil Prison had increased by a lot. Although he had killed second-level Void Devils before, he was still able to kill them. However, there was still a difference between the strong and the weak in the second level. Furthermore, he had only managed to kill it after exhausting almost all of his strength in a one-on-one battle. If it was 1 against 2, he wouldn't be a match at all. This was also because his cultivation wasn't high enough. Encounter, battle, kill. Chunzong continued to slay the void fiends. In the distance, two figures flew over. Chunzong recognized them. One was the leader of the Star Blue Association, Lan Yuanming. The other was the young man in black who had been introduced to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court by Lan Yuanming. However, these two people were being chased by a void fiend. The void fiend's aura was tyrannical and had reached the second level. Run. The two people kept running, but the void fiend chased after them. It was impossible for them to escape. Yuanming, you go first. I'll stop him. The young man in black made a prompt decision. He stopped and shouted coldly at Lan Yuanming while brandishing his saber. The long black saber was suffused with an extremely cold sharpness. When the saber struck out, the black saber light seemed to tear the void apart. It carried an extremely terrifying and violent power as it attacked the second-level void fiend. This tyrannical saber strike made Chunzong secretly praise it as he watched from afar. It was a very pure saber technique. It was a saber technique with an astonishing killing power. Its power was extremely tyrannical and shocking. From that saber strike, Chunzong could see that the young man in black was definitely stronger than the heavy sword demon from the Shana Palace. However, such strength was not a match for the second-level void fiend at all. Lan Yuanming gritted his teeth and did not stop. Instead, he seized the time that Li Jin had bought for him and flew away. The second-level void fiend was too strong. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be able to do anything to it. They would be defeated and would have to use the power of the Demon Slayer token to leave. However, only the two of them were left in the Star Blue Association. If they used the power of the Demon Slayer token to leave, they would be eliminated and would not be ranked. They could not be eliminated. At least one of them had to stay. Since Li Jin had chosen to sacrifice himself, he had to seize the opportunity and escape as much as possible. Li Jin's battle strength completely erupted. The long black saber instantly expanded several times and turned into a huge black saber. The huge saber was surrounded by countless chi, like a thunderbolt, and emitted an extremely shocking power. Slash! 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 The huge black saber erupted with an incomparably pure power and slashed out crazily. The black saber light gathered and turned into a saber wave, carrying an extremely shocking and violent power. It mercilessly blasted towards the void fiend. Chunzong could see the profoundness of this saber attack. It was not to kill the enemy, but to stop the void fiend's footsteps. Obviously, the young man in black knew that he could not fight against the void fiend with his battle strength. Even if the void fiend stood still and let him attack, it would be difficult to break through the void fiend's protective black membrane. Moreover, he wanted to buy time for Lan Yuanming to escape. The best way was to block the void fiend's footsteps and delay its speed. Li Jin's idea was undoubtedly correct. He kept unleashing his power and brandishing his saber. The saber light was endless, as if it had turned into a wave of saber light that constantly rushed forward. He did not seek to kill the enemy, but only to delay and block. It was indeed effective. However, the second-level void fiend was still too strong. Even if it was blocked, it was only a little. In the end, the void fiend still closed in. It suddenly waved its saber-like arm and instantly tore apart the saber light that Li Jin had unleashed. It carried an incomparably violent killing intent as it charged towards Li Jin. It seemed that Li Jin was about to be chopped into two by that extremely terrifying saber light. Yuanming, I can only help you up to this point. Li Jin roared and immediately activated the protective power of the Demon Slayer token. He could do anything for Lan Yuanming, but under such circumstances, he did not need to risk his life. With the protection of the Demon Slayer token, the Void Fiend's attack failed and Li Jin disappeared. With the short time that Li Jin had bought, Lan Yuanming had already flown past at full speed. She was tens of thousands of meters away from the second-level Void Fiend when she saw Chunzong. Why aren't you leaving? Lan Yuanming immediately said anxiously. She did not care about Chunzong anymore. She had already warned him because of her old rival, Lin Wayne. After all, she was also in a state of fleeing. But the next moment, Lan Yuan Meng was stunned, because not only did the other party not escape, but he turned into a sword light that swept across the sky and charged towards the second-level Void Fiend. Seeking death? Or was he arrogant? Or was he confident? Lan Yuan Meng did not know. She felt that the other party was not an idiot who was seeking death. Subconsciously, Lan Yuanming's figure paused slightly. She slowed down and looked back. She saw that the sword light was incomparably condensed, as if it had turned into a silk thread that tore through the air. It was ethereal like a cloud, with an indescribable leisurely satisfaction, but also a hidden sharpness. In an instant, the protective black membrane flashed, but it was torn apart in an instant. Lan Yuanming was very shocked. Previously, the four of them were unable to break the protective black membrane, even when they joined forces. Two of them were eliminated, and she and Li Jin had to escape. But now, what did she see? The person she looked down on and thought was a useless person hiding behind a woman not only had the courage to charge towards the second-level Void Fiend, his sword could even break the protective black membrane. The next scene made Lan Yuanming feel as if her worldview had been turned upside down. Fierce battle. Chen Zong was actually engaged in a fierce battle with the second-level Void Fiend, and it could be seen that Chen Zong seemed to have the upper hand. It was undeniable that the second-level Void Fiend was indeed very powerful. Chen Zong could not kill it in an instant, and could only slowly wear down its strength before finally killing it. Now, Chen Zong was constantly wearing down the power of the Void Fiend. Lan Yuanming completely stopped and even went a little closer to observe at a closer distance. The more she looked, the more shocked she was. It was true. The second-level Void Fiend was not only unable to do anything to Chen Zong, but was also suppressed. It was constantly being struck by the sword and was constantly being injured. Its strength was also constantly being consumed. Terrifying. It turned out that this person was actually an expert who could rival the second-level Void Fiend. How amazing was this? Even if the Void Fiend was suppressed by the first level of the Devil Prison, and its strength was weakened, it was still very powerful. The reason why he did not respond to Chu Shana's coercion before was probably because he did not want to. Lan Yuanming could not help but imagine. Sword of Heart Refinement. When the Void Fiend's strength was almost exhausted, Chen Zong performed a powerful sword move and severely injured the Void Fiend, consuming even more of its strength. All creation, Sword of Heart Refinement. It was still an illusion, and this was the best Chen Zong could do now. This kind of power made Lan Yuanming, who was far away, feel a chill all over her body, and her alluring body could not help but tremble. The Void Fiend was immediately hit by the sword, and endless sword chi exploded in its body, tearing it apart. In the end, its strength was exhausted, and it was successfully killed. However, Chen Zong had also consumed 80% of his strength. He immediately took out an elixir and took it. You actually killed a second-level Void Fiend. Lan Yuanming quickly approached Chen Zong, her beautiful eyes wide open, as if she wanted to see through Chen Zong. Surprise was written all over her face, and her breathing was rapid. Her chest was heaving up and down, which made her look even more seductive. Is it strange? Chen Zong replied unhurriedly while refining the elixir. This understatement made Lan Yuanming slightly startled. Immediately, a blazing light burst out from her eyes, as if it could melt everything. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Come to my Star Blue Society. I will recommend you to join the Star Blue Society. With your talent and strength, you will definitely be valued. Lan Yuanming's thoughts jumped a little. Thank you for your kindness. Chen Zong refused. Chapter 1954. Third update. Begging for a few monthly tickets as snacks. In the first layer of Devil Prison, two silhouettes were flying at a low altitude at an extremely fast speed. One was Chen Zong, the other was Lan Yuanming. Why were the two of them moving together? Had Chun Zong abandoned the Flying Snow Pavilion and joined a Star Blue Society? Of course not. Even if Lan Yuanming had offered better conditions, even if she had given deeper hints, Chun Zong was still unmoved. That was because he had already promised Lin Wayne. That was the promise of the sword. As for the passage, it was Lan Yuanming who had told Chun Zong that she had discovered a demonic hive. Demonic hives were precisely the nest that gave birth to demonic devils. As for how many demonic hives there were in the first layer of Devil Prison, it wasn't clear, but every demonic hive was very important. Once it was destroyed, it would affect the birth of demonic void devils, imperceptibly weakening their strength. The first layer of Devil Prison was vast and boundless. Only those below the spirit realm could enter. Demigod rank experts were the most suitable. However, it was extremely difficult to find a demonic hive. Lan Yuanming's luck was indeed pretty good for her to have discovered a demonic hive. And now, she was going to bring Chun Zong to that demonic hive to see if they could destroy it. If they could destroy a demonic hive, it would be an amazing accomplishment. Along the way, they naturally encountered some demonic void devils. As for the weaker ones, Chun Zong didn't attack. He left them to Lan Yuanming to kill. After all, she was going to bring him to the demonic hive. Lan Yuanming's strength wasn't enough to destroy a demonic hive. If she could destroy it in the end, the greatest accomplishment would still belong to Chun Zong. Since he had decided to take a big bite of the meat, he had to share some of the soup with Lan Yuanming. Lan Yuanming wasn't polite. A pair of scimitars appeared in her hands. They were like blue starlight embellished with a somewhat misty color, like a fluttering starry blue butterfly. Under Lan Yuanming's lead, Chun Zong finally saw a black nest located in a huge crack. The nest was irregular and round, and it was completely pitch black. It was dark to the point of being deep, dark to the point of being shocking, and it was densely covered with holes. It caused one to be unable to help but feel a chill run down their spines and their scalps explode. With a single glance, Lan Yuanming's expression changed greatly. She was extremely frightened, as if there was a great terror hidden within. Although Chun Zong didn't have the same reaction as Lan Yuanming, his perception was much sharper. He could feel a trace of tyrannical aura from the huge, pitch-black lair. It was extremely tyrannical and very dangerous. However, Chun Zong was eager to try. If the timing was not right, he would activate the power of the Demon Slayer token and leave this place. Although he had promised Lin Wayne that he would try his best to get a good ranking for the Flying Snow Pavilion, he had no choice but to give up when his life was in danger. Chun Zong, I don't think we should go in. Lan Yuanming took a step back. Previously, she had only seen it from afar, so she didn't have such a strong feeling. Now, this feeling was so strong that it made her heart palpitate. I'll go in. Chun Zong's tone was unquestionable, and it was filled with a kind of indomitable sharpness. This kind of sharpness was indomitable, cutting through all obstacles and sweeping away all obstacles. Lan Yuanming was slightly startled. She looked at Chun Zong with increasing admiration and curiosity. What kind of person was this person who was said to be from a remote star? Chun Zong didn't pay attention to Lan Yuanming. His figure flashed, and he turned into a sword light, silently rushing towards the demonic hive. He was so fast that Lan Yuanming couldn't react in time. After a pause, Lan Yuanming didn't fly out in the end. The demonic hive gave her a very frightening feeling. In other words, with her strength, if she entered the demonic hive, she would either die or activate the power of the Demon Slayer token and leave. The sword light was thin, spreading like a thread, but it was immediately blocked. It was the demonic hive's defensive power, a layer of black halo. However, the sword light paused for a moment, and then it drilled into the black halo. The Taichu sword origin's astonishing power was extremely terrifying. It tore and penetrated everything. Under Lan Yuanming's gaze, the sword light broke through the demonic hive's defense and entered the demonic hive through a hole. I hope you're safe, Lan Yuanming said to herself. She turned around and flew away. She continued to look for demons of the void to kill and gain more battle achievements. The hole was huge, with a diameter of several meters. Chunzong turned into a sword light and flew in. He felt an increasingly gloomy and cold aura pervading the air, constantly attacking him from all directions. However, for Chunzong, this kind of gloomy and cold aura couldn't do anything to him. However, the deeper he went, the stronger and more shocking the aura became. Not long after, Chunzong landed on the ground of the demonic hive. It seemed to be soft, but also very tough. The feeling under his feet let Chunzong know that this demonic hive was like a life form of flesh and blood. A group of demons of the void appeared, but Chunzong restrained all of his aura and tried his best to hide. The core of the demonic hive was located in the depths. Only by destroying the core could the hive be destroyed. That would be a great battle achievement. Moreover, as long as the core of the hive was destroyed, the hive would also be destroyed, and the demons inside would also be implicated. Therefore, before finding the core of the hive, it was best to avoid the demons of the void as much as possible. Dodge. Stealth. Chunzong controlled his strength and aura perfectly, making it difficult for the demons of the void to discover him. However, this was the demonic hive after all, the place where the demons of the void were born. It was like an embryo of the demons of the void, an existence similar to their headquarters. Chunzong was incompatible with this place. A demon of the void with 18 eyes walked by. As the 18 eyes moved, its gaze seemed to be able to see through everything, sweeping in all directions. When it brushed past Chunzong's hiding place, it paused for a moment. In the next breath, the 18 eyes completely focused on Chunzong's hiding place, making it impossible for Chunzong to hide. Attack! Chunzong's reaction was extremely fast. Since he couldn't hide anymore, he took the initiative to attack and kill this demon of the void first. This demon of the void was only at the first level, so it wasn't very strong. Chunzong directly used the Heart Refinement Sword. The power of this sword was much stronger than when he had just entered the demonic prison. The sword slashed through, and the demon of the void was directly cut in half. The sword chi wreaked havoc and directly strangled it. However, the sword chi of Chunzong's sword was very strong, and it still spread out and was sensed by the other demons of the void. It was like poking a hornet's nest, and a large number of demons of the void rushed over from all directions. The paths in the demonic hive extended in all directions. If one wasn't familiar with them, it was easy to get lost. Chunzong actually didn't know where the core of the demonic hive was. He could only slowly search for it and rely on his luck. Previously, he didn't want to expose his whereabouts, so he slowly searched for it. But now, he had no choice but to expose himself. Since he had already exposed himself, he might as well go on a killing spree. Even if he couldn't find the core, he had to kill more demons of the void and gain more battle achievements. With a shake of his sword, Chunzong once again turned into a ray of sword light, streaking across the sky. The demons of the void guarding the demonic hive were all demigod rank, and they were basically all at the first level. After all, at the second level, they would be suppressed by the first level of the demonic prison. It was very uncomfortable, and it would be very difficult for them to increase their strength. Even if they could resist the suppression of the first level of the demonic prison, it would be very difficult for them to increase their strength. At the very least, it would be several times more difficult than the second level of the demonic prison. The pursuit of strength was the instinct of all living beings. Especially for evil life forms like the void demons, strength was their only passport. Strength. The pursuit of strength. Currently, the second-level demons of the second level of the demonic prison had been ordered to enter the first level of the demonic prison to deal with the human cultivators. They wouldn't guard the demonic hive. Here, the demons of the void would be even more powerful, and non-demons of the void would be suppressed. However, this kind of suppression couldn't do anything to Chunzong because he was at the 6th level of the Sword Dao. Kill! Kill! Chunzong erupted with his full strength. Every sword strike contained the slightest bit of the 6th level of the Sword Dao. It was extremely condensed, and its might was terrifying to the extreme. That kind of sharpness was invincible. His sword streaked across the sky, and as the sword light flashed, the demons of the void were constantly being killed. Under the devastation of the sword Qi, the demons of the void died one after another. Strands of black aura continuously spread out and entered the Devil Slaughter imprint on the back of his left hand, turning into Chunzong's battle achievements. Currently, it was unknown how many slashes he had accumulated. With a sword in hand, Chunzong was invincible. The sharpness of his sword was irresistible. The demons of the void were furious and attacked madly. This was the demonic hive, the nest that gave birth to them. How could they let the worms of the void invade here? They had to kill him. They had to kill him. This feels good, Chunzong said to himself as he swung his sword. His eyes became brighter, and the sword Qi around him became sharper and more powerful. It could cut through anything, and it was invincible. The demons of the first level were very powerful. Although they were no match for Chunzong, they were also very good whetstones. In the midst of the slaughter, the three flowers of the supreme realm resonated and swayed continuously. The flower of Qi became more condensed and gradually increased to 40%, 30% to 40%, 60% to 70%, and 90% to 100% were all big improvements, and the improvement of one's strength was more obvious. Therefore, once the condensation of the flower of Qi reached 40%, one's combat strength would become even stronger. Then, he would let these demons of the void become whetstones to further improve his battle strength. Not only did they have to contribute to his battle achievements, but they also had to become his whetstones. It was really not easy. It didn't take long for dozens of demons of the void of the first level to die under Chunzong's sword. The light of the flower of Qi continued to bloom, becoming increasingly condensed. His aura was also continuously accumulating, waiting to accumulate to the limit and then break through. In the midst of the angry roar, the aura of one of the demons of the void was constantly increasing, and the aura of the dead demons of the void was constantly being absorbed and devoured. The second level. This demon of the void was forcibly raised to the second level. However, it was only at the beginning of the second level. Kill. Outside the hive, Chunzong had killed more than one second-level demon of the void. Therefore, this demon of the void would also become his battle achievement. First, he used his swordsmanship to wear down the demon's strength. When it was almost worn down, Chunzong used the Sword of Heart refinement to kill it. Chapter 1955, Part 1 Surge. Bloom. The halos were heavy and restrained. As the flower of Qi swayed, it became more and more solid. A strong aura spread out. 40%. The condensation of the flower of Qi increased from 30% to 40%. Although it was only a 10% increase, Chunzong felt a change. Demons of the void kept emerging from the passageways to surround him. Chunzong was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled. Heart Sword Realm. Rise. In an instant, the Heart Sword Realm spread out rapidly with the Heart Sword Will as the center. Some of it was restricted by the passageways, but some of it continued to spread. Chunzong estimated that it was much larger than before. Sword Qi condense. In an instant, as Chunzong thought, streaks of Sword Qi condensed in the Heart Sword Realm. 1,000 streaks. But that was not the limit. Condense, condense, and condense continuously. 1,100 streaks. 1,200 streaks. 1,300 streaks. It was increasing at an astonishing speed. It never reached the limit. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 streaks of Sword Qi were condensed. Each streak was condensed with the superb technique of Sword Silk refinement. They spread out in the surroundings and emitted an astonishing sharpness. Breakthrough. Originally, Chunzong's Heart Sword Realm could only condense 1,000 streaks of Sword Qi. Now, after the condensation of the flower of Qi reached 40%, it broke through the limit and reached 2,000 streaks. 2,000 streaks of Sword Qi. Let me try it. Shenzong said in his heart. With a command in his heart, 2,000 strands of sword qi instantly swept out like a storm, and they charged forward with unparalleled and violent might. Mighty and unparalleled. Invincible. All the demons of the void were hit, and their bodies were torn apart in an instant. The sword qi dissipated, but Shenzong could condense them again within the range of the heart sword realm. This way, he could recycle them and use them at a lower cost. The demons of the void had a strong physique and tenacious vitality. Their void evil power was extremely strong, and they were very difficult to kill. Usually, they could only be killed by exhausting their energy. However, under the Heart Sword Domain's 2,000 streams of sword qi, their energy was being depleted at an alarming rate. They died one after another. In just a few breaths' time, dozens of Tier 1 demigod rank void demons were killed one after another. That's great. Shenzong couldn't help laughing. This feeling of being invincible was truly incomparably comfortable. Not only did the condensation of the 3 flowers of the Supreme Realm increase his strength, but also brought him many benefits. 10,000 swords as one. In an instant, the 2,000 streaks of sword qi condensed into one. It was an ultimate streak of sword qi and the most powerful streak of sword qi. It was second only to the sword qi of heart refinement. But Shenzong felt that it was not inferior to the heart refining in one sword qi. In that case, if the sword of heart refinement was performed with 2,000 streaks of sword qi, its power would increase exponentially. Kill, kill, kill. With a sword in hand, he pushed forward. Shenzong's cultivation had yet to reach the second layer, but his battle prowess was at the second layer. Coupled with his superb sword skills, although there were many void demons in the demonic hive, none of them could stop Shenzong's advance. The resonance of the 3 flowers, especially the flower of qi, had reached 40%, which was closer to the flower of essence and the flower of God. The recovery speed of the consumed energy was further increased. Therefore, as long as he grasped the rhythm well, his strength would continuously recover and never be exhausted. If he took too many pills to recover, there would be residue left, which would affect the purity of his strength. He would have to spend a lot of time and effort to purify and refine his strength. Just like now, Shenzong saved a lot of time and was more advantageous. With the sword in his hand, he was invincible. Not a single one of the void demons could stop him. The sword qi circled around his body and compressed to a radius of 10 meters. 2,000 streaks of sword qi were compressed to a radius of 10 meters. They shuttled back and forth, cutting and tearing everything apart. They possessed terrifying power. Not only could they withstand the attacks of the demons of the void, but they could also counterattack. It was an excellent combination of offense and defense. The demonic hive was huge, but Shenzong kept moving forward. Relying on the feeling in his heart, he finally went deep into the hive and reached the center of it. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a beating heart was constantly heard. It was extremely low and deep, like the sound of rolling thunder. It was full of rhythm. The core. That was the core of the demonic hive. Only by destroying the core could he destroy the demonic hive and obtain a great victory. The core was red and emitted layers of red halos. They spread out and covered a radius of 100 meters, illuminating the surroundings and making the surrounding walls red. The core looked like a heart. Every time it beat, it would burst out with astonishing momentum. Faintly, one could see layers of sound waves spreading out. Wait for me to destroy you. Shenzong's eyes shot out a strong light, which tore through the sky like a sword. An astonishing sword will permeated the air. The core seemed to have intelligence. It seemed to have sensed a trace of threat. It trembled violently, and the red light became stronger, almost drowning out the surroundings. More and more demons of the void appeared under the illumination of the red light of the core. Those demons of the void let out terrifying roars and roars. Their bodies seemed to be constantly absorbing the red light and began to expand. In the blink of an eye, The bodies of the demons of the void had expanded by half. Their auras became more violent and terrifying. They had surpassed the first level and were about to reach the second level. Shenzong could not help but look solemn. Dozens of demons of the void who had stepped into the second level were undoubtedly strong opponents. They immediately brought him great pressure. If it were not for the fact that his flower of qi had been condensed to 40% and his strength had improved, Shenzong would have turned around and run. But now he had to fight. However, even if his strength had improved, it was still not enough for him to face dozens of demons of the void at the second level. Once he was surrounded, he would be torn to pieces immediately. Then he had to retreat. This retreat was not to retreat, but to advance. He used the terrain of the passageway to avoid being surrounded by dozens of demons of the void. He could defeat them one by one. As soon as Chun Zong retreated, dozens of demons of the void immediately chased after him. However, the demons of the void were huge and the passageway was limited in size. At most, it could barely accommodate 3 demons of the void that had expanded and become bigger. If there were 2 of them, it would be just enough for him to exert his strength. 1 against 2, Shenzong was somewhat confident. He concentrated. The 6 minor Imperial Divine weapons also rushed out of his glabella and floated around him, forming a protective barrier. In this way, he could resist the attacks of the demons of the void. Even if he could not block them completely, he could weaken some of their power. At that time, he would have the heart-sealed treasure robe to weaken them. With his strong physique and the unbreakable golden body to further strengthen his defense, he should be able to withstand them. Full combat strength. Because there were only 6 minor Imperial Divine weapons, their power was no longer comparable to the Heart Sword Will of the Heart Sword Will, but they were still impressive. The power was endless, and the sword qi of the longsword surged. Under the increasingly powerful power, Chun Zong blocked the joint attacks of 2 demons of the void and counterattacked again and again. Every time he counterattacked, he would injure the demons of the void. The demons of the void were proud of their strong bodies and extremely terrifying void evil power. They were also very good at fighting and killing. However, compared to Chun Zong's combat skills, which had been through countless life and death battles, they were still inferior, especially when they were fighting in close combat. The superficial knowledge of the 6th sword principle realm made Chun Zong's swordsmanship seem to be assisted by the gods. Every sword move contained amazing mysteries and was indescribably wonderful. The more he fought, the more he comprehended. This realm seemed to be deeper. Of course, this improvement was very subtle. Even Shenzong himself could not detect it. It was probably because such a realm was simply too high. Although these demons of the void had reached the second level, they had been forcibly raised. There was a difference between them and the second level that had been raised through countless battles. To a certain extent, they were pseudo-second level. They were more powerful than the first level, but slightly inferior to the real second level. This difference of a few points was fatal. Not long after, 2 demons of the void died under Chun Zong's sword, but they did not cause any harm to Chun Zong. Although their attacks were very strong, Chun Zong was able to dodge them. Even if he didn't dodge them, they would be blocked and weakened by the 6 lesser Imperial Divine weapons and the Harding treasure robe. In the end, the impact of their attacks wouldn't be able to harm Chun Zong. Not long after, another 2 demons of the void were killed by Chun Zong. Chun Zong did not move forward. He stood firmly in the square-inch area, turning and leaping, moving unhindered. With a sword in hand, he was unstoppable. 10 now, Chun Zong said to himself. After killing 10 pseudo-second level demons of the void in a row, although his power was endless, the consumption was also very shocking. He had less than 70% of his power left. However, there were still more than 30 demons of the void left. Based on this ratio, he was afraid that he would not be able to kill all of them even if he exhausted all his power. Fortunately, he had brought some elixirs with him. He took out the elixirs and consumed them. He used his cultivation method to quickly refine them, allowing his power to quickly recover. Fight, fight, fight. Kill, kill, kill. The resonance of the 3 flowers, the power was endless. With the help of the elixirs, Chunzong maintained more than 50% of his power. Under the ego freedom state, he could exert the power of every bit of power to the extreme. 12 demons. 14 demons. The demons of the void kept dying. No matter how violent they could not stop Chunzong's sword. In the end, only 2 demons of the void were left. They were extremely violent and fearless as they charged forward. Sword of Heart Refinement. 2,000 streaks of sword chi were integrated into this sword. The power exploded, and it was much stronger than before. It was more than twice as strong. The 2 demons of the void were cut down at the same time. The sword chi exploded and raged wildly, but they were still not dead. If they were not dead, then he would add another strike. Slash. After killing dozens of pseudo-second-level demons of the void, Chunzong was both excited and exhausted. Only the core is left. As long as I destroy it, this trip will be complete. Chunzong smiled. His body turned into a sword light and quickly approached the core. He then attacked. All creations? Sword of Heart Refinement. The power of this sword became even more terrifying because of the integration of 2,000 streaks of sword chi. It was more than twice as strong. Chapter 1956. Author's note. I went out to run some errands this morning, so the update is a bit late. Second update. Third update tonight. Those who have monthly votes, please give me some support. The red light rippled like a surging tide, constantly attacking and trying to resist Chunzong's sword. But all creation? The power of the Sword of Heart Refinement was unstoppable, tearing through everything like a hot knife through butter. It directly broke through the layers of red light's defense and went straight for the core. The sword energy shattered, but the core trembled, and a mournful sound seemed to be heard. Chunzong took a large number of elixirs and quickly refined them. Then, he attacked again. There was no way out. He had to break it no matter what. The sword energy pierced through the air, and the 6 minor Imperial Divine weapons also condensed into one, following closely behind. The core was extremely tough, but Chunzong still managed to break a small crack on it. Once the crack appeared, it meant that the core's defense was insufficient. Break! With a cracking sound, the crack expanded rapidly and spread out. The last sword. Kill! This sword pierced through the cracks and directly pierced into the core. Sword chi blossomed like fireworks, bringing with it an extremely terrifying power as it tore through and pierced through everything. The cracks on the core increased, and it began to shatter. The entire demonic hive also trembled, and a violent roar sounded continuously. Chunzong was shocked. Without hesitation, he used his movement technique, turning into a sword light and flying away. He had to leave before the demonic hive collapsed. Otherwise, he might get caught up in the shock waves and die here. With his full power, Chunzong's speed was extremely fast, and he returned along the way. After a while, there was hope for him to rush out of the demonic hive and successfully escape. In the outside world, there were more than a dozen second-level void demons flying over. Among these second-level demons, one of them was riding a 100-meter-long giant beast covered in black flames and covered in pitch-black heavy armor. It was also wearing pitch-black heavy armor, and it held a pitch-black spear that was burning with black flames. The black flames were extremely terrifying, as if they could burn everything, causing the surrounding air to distort. The other demons of the void didn't dare to get too close to it, as if they were afraid of being oppressed. The demonic hive shook unceasingly, and cracks began to appear on its surface. The cracks spread rapidly and gradually collapsed inwards. The fiendish void devils that were still alive were dying one after another inside. Suppression. Dead silence. All sorts of extremely negative auras rushed towards Chunzong continuously, crushing him, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. He guarded his mind, relying on his supreme willpower to hold on and escape. In an instant, Chunzong flew out of the hole that was about to collapse. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the devil hive behind him collapsed, and everything inside was destroyed. A tiny bit. It was just a slight difference in timing, and he had almost been crushed inside. If he had been forced to use the power of the Demon Slayer token to leave, then all his previous achievements would have been for naught. Fortunately, Chunzong couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. In an instant, an extremely strong sense of danger swept over him, instantly exploding. On one side, several gigantic figures emitting terrifying auras were rapidly approaching. The figure in the middle was riding a heavily armored beast, holding a pitch-black spear that was burning with terrifying demonic flames. A pair of crimson eyes that seemed to be covered with an ominous glint stared at them. In an instant, it was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were surging, and countless skeletons were floating up and down. It was as if he was about to sink into an abyss of blood, sinking forever. The huge spear was suddenly raised, and the burning demonic flames burned even more fiercely as it suddenly pierced forward. Boom! It was as if a pitch-black thunderbolt wrapped in black, demonic flames had shattered the vacuum, carrying with it a terrifying power that could destroy all things. In an instant, Chunzong's mind went blank. Although he reacted in an instant, he couldn't avoid it. He was proud of being able to kill second-level demons of the void, but he couldn't deal with it. Too strong. This spear was full of destructive power, and it was more than 10 times stronger than the previous demons of the void. This was a demon of the void that had reached the peak of the second level, and its combat power was extremely shocking. Unless he could reach the second level, he wouldn't be its opponent at all. As this thought flashed through his mind, the massive black spear had already transformed into a thick bolt of pitch-black lightning, leaving a thick and straight black scar in the void as it crossed 10,000 meters in an instant. There was no way to dodge. All creation, sort of heart refinement. Chunzong exploded with all his strength, and an illusion appeared, overlapping with his body. The two swords combined and attacked. With a crack, the sword light shattered, and the huge black spear light still carried with it a destructive power. Could it be that he had to use the protective power of the Demon Slayer Order? Chunzong was very unwilling to use this power, because once he used the power of the Demon Slayer Order, it was equivalent to being eliminated. Once he was eliminated, the large number of demons of the void he had killed before, and the various achievements of taking risks to destroy the demonic hives would all be nullified. The Flying Snow Pavilion would also not be ranked. I'm sorry, Wayne. Chunzong could only say to himself. Although the Flying Snow Pavilion's ranking was important, his life was more important. He couldn't sacrifice his life for the Flying Snow Pavilion's ranking. In fact, even if he didn't use the power of the Demon Slayer Order, he was no match for this demon of the void, and he couldn't even block this spear. If he died here, the Flying Snow Pavilion wouldn't be ranked either. Then, he could only activate the power of the Demon Slayer Order. Just as Chunzong was about to activate the power of the Demon Slayer Order, the Demon Slayer seal suddenly trembled and released a layer of power, which spread out and covered Chunzong's entire body. The huge black spear light pierced through the air and directly hit Chunzong, but it couldn't do anything to Chunzong. It was all blocked by the power of the Demon Slayer Order. In the next moment, Chunzong's figure quickly faded. This scene happened everywhere in the first level of the Devil Prison. Chu Shanhe, Lan Yuanmeng, and the others were also covered by the power of the Demon Slayer Order and quickly faded. They were all stunned. He clearly didn't activate the power of the Demon Slayer Order. Why did this happen? Was the time up? It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact it was only a moment. Chunzong appeared in the spacious main hall of the City Lord's mansion. Everyone stared at him. Then, a light and elegant fragrance blew from his right. It was Lin Wayne. "Brother Chun, are you hurt?" The coldness on Lin Wayne's face seemed to fade, and a touch of concern appeared. "I'm fine." Chunzong smiled slightly, and was faintly touched. An extremely fierce and murderous gaze swept across the sky, as if it was going to pierce through and tear him apart. It was Chu Shanhe. Seeing the concerned look on Lin Wayne's face, Lan Yuanming's eyes flashed with a strange color. Then, she swayed her slim waist and walked gracefully toward Chunzong. Suddenly, she stretched out her hands and boldly hugged Chunzong's left arm, causing Chunzong's left arm to sink into a huge softness. Chunzong, thank you very much. Lan Yuanming's voice was sweet. Her action was too sudden, and her voice seemed to be somewhat deliberate. Chunzong couldn't help but reveal a touch of embarrassment. When had he ever been so close to someone? As Lan Yuanming hugged Chunzong's left arm and spoke in a sweet voice, she deliberately glanced at Lin Weiyin with a clear provocation. Lin Weiyin's expression couldn't help but turn cold. She said coldly, Lan Yuanming, what are you doing? Isn't it obvious what I'm doing? Lan Yuanming raised her eyebrows and looked at Chunzong again. The heat in her eyes seemed to be able to melt gold and iron. Chunzong saved my life in the demon prison. He has saved my life, and the Blue Star Association is also indebted to him. I have nothing to repay him, but I can only repay him with my body. In the main hall, many people looked at each other, completely unable to understand what was going on. How did this bumpkin from some remote star get the favor of a beauty as soon as he returned from the demon prison? This Lan Yuanming was the president of the Blue Star Association. Together with Lin Weiyin, they were known as the two beauties of the second town suppression city. Although her words and actions were usually bold and her clothes were hot, they had never heard of her favoring anyone. The black-clothed youth Li Jin's face was ashen. His eyes flashed with an extremely sharp blade light. An astonishing chill spread out from his body and spread all around, as if tearing everything apart. President Lan, please don't joke around. Chunzong's left arm shook slightly, and with a very subtle force, he pulled his arm out of Lan Yuanming's embrace. Chunzong wanted to pull his arm out, but Lan Yuanming subconsciously tightened her grip. In this way, in the process of pulling his arm out, it was inevitable that there would be some friction. This feeling immediately made Lan Yuanming's cheeks blush. Her eyes rippled like spring water, almost overflowing. Many men's hearts were beating wildly. Chunzong couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He could clearly feel that kind of touch. However, Chunzong's sword heart was tenacious, and the embarrassment only flashed by. Chunzong pulled his arm out, and Lan Yuanming didn't reach out to hug him again. The blush on her cheeks quickly disappeared and returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. However, there was still a trace of strange aura in the air. It was very complicated and gave people a headache. I'm very happy that most of you can come back alive. The old man at the Soul Conduit realm appeared once more. His voice resounded, and it carried an indescribable charm as it entered into everyone's ears. Instantly, the strange aura within the hall vanished into nothingness. But it's still very regretful, because some people will never be able to return. Indeed, more than 30 people didn't come back, which meant that they had died in the first layer of demon prison. The loss was much greater than before. People couldn't help but feel sorry for them. Now, those who activated the protective power of the demon extermination token and left are eliminated. All your achievements are not counted. The elder was silent for 10 breaths, and then said again, those who have been eliminated, please stand on the left. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, most people stood on the left. Only a few people didn't move, because these people didn't activate the protective power of the demon extermination token and leave. For example, Chunzong, Chu Shanhe, Lan Yuanming, and the others. Basically, each of the 13 forces had one person. Some forces that were less powerful than the 13 forces also had one person. Altogether, there were 18 people. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.